1. Listen carefully. Heaven has pressed pause on everything else to bring this word directly to you. You are not here by accident. You did not stumble across this message by chance. You are chosen, marked, and appointed for a blessing that will look impossible to those around you. But it will be undeniable. The Lord has aligned this moment in your life because what He is about to release into your hands is not ordinary provision. It is billionaire's blessing, designed not for vanity, but for divine destiny. You have endured storms, tears, and sleepless nights. You have known rejection, betrayal, and silence where you expected support, and yet you are still standing. That alone is proof that you were preserved for something extraordinary. Others did not survive what you walked through, but you endured because your inheritance is too great to be wasted in the wilderness. You were not meant to die in the desert. You were destined to flourish in the promised land. Pay attention, for this is not coincidence. This is divine intervention. The world may have labeled you average, but heaven has placed a crown on your head. You are not like the rest. And this is why the battle against you has always felt heavier. The enemy targeted you early, tried to silence you, tried to crush you, because he saw the blueprint of wealth attached to your name. He saw that the resources God would entrust to you would fund movements, feed nations, and establish legacy. That is why he feared you, but he could not stop you. You need to hear this clearly. The blessing being prepared for you is not about money alone. It is about mantle. God is raising you up as a carrier of abundance who will distribute, not just accumulate. This is why your hands have known emptiness, so that when they overflow, you will never forget who filled them. The season of scraping by, of surviving on little, is giving way to a season of divine surplus. It is not merely financial increase, it is generational transfer. Let me speak into your spirit. Your wealth will not come by ordinary means. It will not be explained by natural logic. It will appear through doors you never knocked on, through people you never expected, through opportunities that look too good to be true, but will prove themselves as God's hand. The vaults of heaven are unlocking, and the shift will be undeniable. What others toil for decades to achieve, God will place in your lap in a fraction of the time, because this is about kingdom acceleration. Chosen one. Think back to every moment when you felt unseen, when you gave your last, when you poured out with nothing left in return. None of it was wasted. Every sacrifice, every tear, every prayer whispered in the night has been stored as seed. And now the harvest is upon you. The billion-dollar blessing is not random, it is recompense. It is repayment for years of loss, restoration for seasons where locusts devoured your work. The Apostle Paul assures us in the book of Ephesians, chapter 3, verse 20, "Now to him who is able to do immeasurably more than all we ask or imagine." You were never meant to blend in with mediocrity. You were never meant to settle for crumbs. Your assignment requires resources, and heaven is backing you. When the Lord deposits wealth into your hands, it is not only so you can rise, but so that nations can rise through you. That is why your light terrifies the darkness. It is not only about what you will build, but about the chains you will break through your obedience. Right now, angels are being dispatched with your name on their orders. Contracts are being shifted. Delays are being broken. Hidden vaults are opening. Wealth stored in secret places is being rerouted into your destiny. This is not imagination, this is manifestation. And the Spirit of the Lord is saying, do not ignore this. Do not hesitate. This is your moment. No, lift your eyes and see. The wilderness season is over. The time of scraping and struggling is closing. The mantle of abundance is descending. You are walking into a chapter where blessings will chase you, where favor will outrun you, where doors will fling open, not by your striving, but by God's decree. This word requires your response. Do not sit in silence. Do not let this moment pass without sealing it. If your spirit bears witness, if your heart is burning as you read, then act prophetically. Like, share, and subscribe right now. Stay connected to this flow of anointing. And in the comments, type the number 777 as a prophetic act. For 7 is the number of divine completion. And today God completes the season of lack in your life. This is your confirmation. This is your sign. You are the chosen one. And the billionaire's blessing is already on its way. Chosen one. You need to understand something that has been hidden from you for far too long. You are not overlooked. You are not forgotten. And you are certainly not ordinary. You are marked for abundance. Even before you were formed in your mother's womb, heaven had already placed a seal of wealth and favor upon your destiny. That mark cannot be erased by the opinions of people, nor can it be cancelled by the schemes of the enemy. It is permanent, eternal, and undeniable. The reason you have felt different your entire life, the reason you never fully fit into the systems around you, is because you were never meant to. Your spirit carries a frequency of heaven that this world cannot fully understand. You are chosen to walk in a blessing that transcends natural boundaries. The prosperity that is being assigned to your life is not simply for personal comfort, but for kingdom impact. Look closely at your journey, every setback, every delay. Every season of silence was God's way of preparing your character for the magnitude of wealth you are about to steward. If the blessing had come too soon, you might not have been able to handle it. If it had been released before you were refined, it might have destroyed you. But now, in this season, you are ready. There is a shift in the spiritual atmosphere, and your name has been highlighted in the courts of heaven. The angels are aligning resources. The Spirit is whispering instructions, and the Lord Himself has marked you with abundance that cannot be denied. When others ask, "Why you?" the answer is simple: because you are chosen. The prophet Jeremiah spoke as recorded in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 29, verse 11, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." In sync. Do you see it? Prosperity is not man's idea. It is God's plan. This abundance is not a scheme, not a trick, not an illusion. It is part of the Father's design for your life. That is why poverty could never permanently hold you. That is why rejection could never permanently bind you. God had already declared a prosperous future over your existence long before the trials even began. Chosen one. Let this sink deep. You carry a mark that draws resources toward you. Favor is magnetized to your name. Doors that were closed will open, not because of your credentials, but because of your calling. Opportunities will seek you out. Helpers will appear at the exact moment you need them. This is the evidence of being marked for abundance. Think of the struggles you have walked through. Remember the times when you barely had enough. when every step felt like a battle, when your hands seemed empty. Those were the seasons the enemy tried to convince you that you were cursed. But in reality, those seasons were shaping you, teaching you resilience, and proving that your identity was never tied to what you lacked. Your mark of abundance was still glowing, even in your darkest hours. And so today, you stand at the threshold of manifestation. Heaven is releasing what has been stored up. This is not just about money, it is about legacy. The wealth you are marked for will flow beyond your life into your children, your community, and your generation. It will shift bloodlines. It will break cycles of lack that tormented your family for decades. It will prove that God raises His chosen ones to levels that human logic cannot explain. Chosen one. The abundance marked for you is not fragile. It will not disappear with the wind. It is covenantal, anchored in promises that cannot be broken. The ancient words recorded in the book of Exodus, chapter 14, verse 14. Declare, the Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Understand this, you are not fighting alone to unlock your blessing. Heaven itself is fighting on your behalf. That is why the attacks against your life have failed. That is why every plot, every curse, every trap has collapsed. The Lord Himself has defended you, because the mark of abundance on your life must be preserved. So do not fear scarcity. Do not fear the delays. Do not fear the whispers of those who doubt you. Your abundance is not fragile. It is secured in covenant, and when the fullness of time arrives, nothing and no one will stop it from flooding into your life. Chosen one, begin to see yourself differently. You are not a beggar. You are a steward. You are not a victim. You are a vessel. You are marked for abundance, which means wherever you go, the atmosphere shifts. Resources recognize you. Opportunities identify you. Blessings are drawn to you like rivers finding their course. Do not shrink back in false humility. Do not sabotage your calling by saying, "This is too much for me." The abundance marked for you was measured by God Himself. He knows exactly what you can handle, and He trusts you with it. That is why your hands will not only receive wealth, but will distribute it. That is why your influence will not only elevate you, but will lift others. The mark of abundance is visible in the spiritual realm, and soon it will manifest visibly in the natural. People who once pitied you will marvel at you. Those who thought you would stay small will witness your enlargement, not because of luck, not because of manipulation, but because you are chosen and marked. You are stepping into a season where financial flow will feel supernatural. Ideas, contracts, unexpected blessings, divine connections, all will align in your favor. This is not random. This is destiny, and your mark ensures that it cannot be reversed. Stand tall. Chosen one. Do not doubt the signet ring of heaven upon your life. You are marked for abundance, and no earthly system can strip that away. The season of smallness is over. The era of lack is finished. You are walking with divine authority into the fullness of your inheritance. And so, breathe this in deeply. You are not ordinary. You are marked. You are sealed. You are chosen. And the abundance of heaven has already begun its journey into your hands. Chosen one. Lift up your head, for today marks the turning of a page in your story. You have walked through valleys where your soul was crushed and your body was weary. You have endured wilderness seasons where there seemed to be no water, nor light, no breakthrough. Yet even in that silence, heaven was writing a narrative of victory that would one day astonish those around you. This is that day. The wilderness is giving way to wealth. The place of dryness is about to overflow with rivers of abundance. Do not look back with despair, for your past struggles were not punishments, they were preparation. Every sleepless night, every closed door, every betrayal, every delay was sharpening you, refining you, and molding you into someone who can carry the weight of blessing without being destroyed by it. The wilderness may have looked like a place of abandonment, but in truth, it was a training ground. You were being built for resilience, endurance, and faith. Now, hear this with your spirit. When God allows a wilderness, it is never the end of the story. The wilderness is a passageway, not a permanent home. Israel wandered through the desert, but was destined for Canaan. Joseph suffered in prison, but was marked for the palace. David hid in caves, but carried the anointing of a king. You too, chosen one, have walked through shadows, but your light is now breaking forth. The transition is here. What once looked like defeat will be revealed as divine setup. The wealth prepared for you is not only financial, it is wisdom, favor, and influence. God is orchestrating a transfer where resources from unexpected places will flow toward you. The season of surviving is being replaced with a season of thriving. Even your enemies will marvel, because they will see the very thing they tried to block become the fuel for your rise. You will stand as living proof that the God who guided you through the wilderness is the same God who brings you into abundance. The prophet Joel proclaimed in the book of Joel, chapter 2, verse 25, "I will repay you for the years the locusts have eaten." No, chosen one, this repayment is not symbolic, it is tangible. Every delay that stole your joy, every setback that robbed your time, every betrayal that broke your heart is being recompensed with wealth, favor, and opportunity. You are stepping into a season where restoration will come in multiplied form. What you thought was gone forever will be returned in greater measure. Think of Joseph again, betrayed by his own brothers, sold into slavery, falsely accused, and imprisoned. His wilderness was long and brutal. Yet, when the time came, he rose to govern Egypt, to manage resources that saved nations during famine. His wilderness did not disqualify him, it positioned him. Likewise, your hardships have not cancelled your destiny, they have carved it into stone. Do not despise the wilderness. Without it, you would not have the maturity to handle the billionaire's blessing that is being prepared for you. Without it, you might have squandered the inheritance. But because of it, you will walk in wisdom, humility, and strength. Chosen one. Wealth is not only about numbers, it is about assignment. Your wilderness stripped you of pride, independence, and false strength so that you would learn to lean fully on God. Now, when the blessing comes, you will not boast in yourself, you will testify of Him. That is the mark of a true steward. Your steps through the wilderness were ordered. Your steps into wealth are ordered. None of this is coincidence. The path was mapped out long before you saw it. And now you are being led out of scarcity into abundance, out of survival into overflow. Chosen one, lift your spirit and believe. The wilderness was not your burial place. It was your birthplace into destiny. The pain you endured is about to pay you back. The tears you shed are about to water the harvest. The sleepless nights you carried are about to turn into mornings of joy. This is not wishful thinking. This is divine timing. And now, I call you to respond prophetically. In the comments, type just these words: I receive. Lol. Why? Because when you declare, I receive, you are not just typing letters on a screen. You are sealing a covenant with heaven. You are aligning your heart and your tongue with what God has already spoken over your life. That small act of obedience becomes a prophetic gesture that signals to the spiritual realm that you are ready, willing, and positioned. Think of it like planting a flag in the ground. When you say, I receive, you are taking ownership of your inheritance. You are refusing to let the wilderness define you any longer. You are stepping into identity, authority, and destiny. That phrase is not casual. It is a key. It unlocks doors. It summons angels. It marks your agreement with God's abundance. So, chosen one, do not delay. Speak it. Declare it. Write it boldly. I receive. For what you declare today will manifest tomorrow. This is the transition moment. The wilderness is closing. The abundance is opening. And you, marked by the hand of God, will carry wealth that testifies not of your strength but of His glory. Chosen one, do you realize why the enemy has feared your progress so intensely? It is because he knows that once you step into your wealth, everything changes. The wilderness was not just a season of lack. It was also a battlefield where your endurance was tested. Every temptation, every rejection, every loss, these were attempts to make you give up before you reached the threshold of abundance. But you did not give up. You are still standing. And that is why the enemy trembles. You need to understand that your blessing is not just personal, it is prophetic. When God elevates you, it will not simply provide comfort for your life, it will disrupt the plans of darkness. Wealth in your hands means ministries are funded, communities are transformed, families are lifted, and chains of poverty are broken. Your prosperity is a weapon. It will dismantle systems of oppression and establish kingdom order where chaos once reigned. This is why the battle has been so fierce. The enemy has seen glimpses of your future. He has recognized the anointing you carry and the potential you hold. He knows that if you ever fully embrace your identity as God's chosen one, his schemes collapse. That is why he tried to bury you under shame, under fear, under debt, under despair. But what he underestimated was your resilience. He did not realize that every storm only drove you deeper into the arms of God. And now, look at you. You are not defeated. You are refined. You are wiser, stronger, and sharper. What the enemy meant for evil has become your training ground for destiny. He wanted to silence you, but instead you have become a voice. He wanted to blind you, but instead your vision is clearer than ever. He wanted to starve you, but now you are about to feast at a table prepared in His very presence. Chosen one, feel this truth resonate. You are not small. You are not insignificant. Your life carries weight in the spiritual realm. You are a torchbearer, a vessel of light. That is why your blessing will not be ordinary, it will be monumental. It will be a declaration to principalities and powers that God raises whom He pleases. and no one can stop his hand. The spiritual warfare against your destiny has been intense because your wealth is not only for you, it is for nations. When you step into your billionaire's blessing, it will echo beyond your personal circle. It will ripple across territories, touching lives you may never meet, sowing seeds that will outlast your lifetime. That kind of influence terrifies the enemy. He knows he cannot bribe you, so he tried to break you. But you, chosen one, are unbreakable when you stand in God's strength. Pause and remember, how many times did you almost give up? How many nights did you think you could not go on? And yet, here you are, breathing, reading, listening, proof that mercy preserved you, proof that grace carried you, proof that destiny still claims you. The Spirit declares through the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 31, if God is for us, who can be against us? No one. Chosen one. No one. Not your past. Not your enemies. Not your fears. Not your failures. Nothing can stand against the decree of heaven. That is why the battle against you has already been lost. The enemy fought, but he fought in vain. The attacks came, but they could not destroy you. The traps were set, but you walked out unharmed. For every curse spoken, a blessing was waiting. For every loss endured, restoration is coming. Do not underestimate what you carry. The wealth being placed in your hands is spiritual warfare in motion. Every dollar, every resource, every door that opens is a declaration that the kingdom of God is advancing and the gates of hell cannot prevail. When you walk into your abundance, it is not just about comfort, it is about conquest. Chosen one. The fear of the enemy is evidence of your power. You may not see yourself as mighty, but the spiritual realm recognizes your authority. Demons tremble at your obedience. Darkness flees at your presence. You are not ordinary, you are chosen. That is why attacks seemed relentless. It was never about destroying your body. It was about silencing your impact. But that silence has ended. Your voice is rising. Your light is blazing. Your influence is stretching. The billionaire's blessing is not just about bank accounts, it is about influence. Imagine the scholarships you will fund, the hospitals you will support, the ministries you will empower, the families you will rescue from poverty, the voices you will raise up. That is why this blessing carries such weight. It is not a toy. It is a tool. It is not a luxury. It is a weapon. And in your hands, it will serve God's purpose faithfully. Chosen one. The enemy cannot stop what has already been written. Your name is etched in heaven's records. Your inheritance is signed and sealed. Even now, angels are moving, aligning people, shifting circumstances, arranging divine appointments to bring this blessing into manifestation. The enemy may growl, but he cannot rewrite what God has decreed. So stand boldly. Do not shrink back. Do not apologize for your destiny. You are chosen for this very moment. You were born for such a time as this. You carry a mantle that generations before you longed to see, and you are about to walk into wealth that is so great. It will testify to nations that God raises his chosen ones for glory. The fear of the enemy is confirmation of your assignment. His resistance is proof of your relevance. The greater the battle, the greater the blessing, and the fiercest battles come before the greatest breakthroughs. That is why you can rejoice even in the struggle. It means you are close. You are on the edge of overflow. You are standing at the border of abundance. Chosen one. Do not waste energy fearing what the enemy can do. He is already defeated. Spend your energy preparing for what God is about to do. Align your heart. Sharpen your vision. Ready your hands. Because the blessing will not delay. The moment is closer than you think. And when it comes, the very forces that mocked you will be silenced. The same mouths that declared you would fail will confess they were wrong. The same people who doubted you will stand in awe, not because of you alone, but because of the God who raised you, marked you, and blessed you beyond measure. Chosen one. Hear this deeply. The fear of the enemy is the sound of your victory. The trembling of darkness is the announcement of your breakthrough. Your wealth is not just provision. It is proof. Proof that the God who chose you will never forsake you, and that nothing can stop what he has declared over your life. Chosen one. The covenant of wealth is not an accident. It is a sacred transfer that heaven has been orchestrating since before you even knew your name. You are the vessel, the carrier of a blessing that will overflow into lives around you. And when God marks you for abundance, he does not do it halfway. He releases blessing in such measure that even your enemies cannot deny his hand upon you. The season you are walking into is a season of covenant wealth transfer. Scriptures speak of it again and again, the treasures of the wicked stored up for the righteous, the hidden riches in secret places, the inheritance that cannot be taken away. Your journey has not been in vain. Your scars were not wasted. Every hardship has been preparation for what you are about to steward. Look around at the world. Corruption hoards wealth. Greed manipulates systems. And injustice often seems to win. But heaven has decreed a reversal. The resources of this world are not meant to remain locked in the hands of the unrighteous. They are meant to fund kingdom purpose. That is why this blessing must find you. Chosen one, because your heart is aligned, because your motives are pure, because you will not hoard, but release. You will not waste, but sow. Understand this truth. Money is not just currency, it is seed. Every dollar, every resource, every opportunity is a seed that either dies in selfish soil or multiplies in kingdom soil. And you, chosen one, are called to be a sower. You are chosen to take what God places in your hands and turn it into harvest. This is why your blessing will be unlike others. It is not given to you for pride or competition. It is given to you as seed to plant in the earth, so that generations may eat. Think of a farmer. He does not eat all his seed in one season. He sows. He waits. He waters. And he reaps. Then the harvest is so abundant that not only his family eats, but his village, his community, even nations beyond. This is the same with you. The Apostle Paul affirms in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 12, verse 9, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." Chosen one, God's grace has carried you when your own strength ran out. That same grace will empower you to steward wealth in ways you never thought possible. You may feel unprepared. You may wonder, how can I handle abundance when I have known only scarcity? But God says, my power is made perfect in your weakness. Where you lack wisdom, He provides. Where you lack courage, He strengthens. Where you lack resources, He multiplies. This is covenant transfer. It is not based on your ability, but His faithfulness. You are stepping into inheritance, not wages. Wages are earned. Inheritance is received. And because you are chosen, you will receive what others could never imagine. Chosen one. Let this revelation ignite your spirit. The treasures of the unrighteous are shifting, wealth stored in hidden vaults, in corrupt systems, in hands that abuse and oppress. These are being rerouted into kingdom hands. Your name is on the transfer. Your hands will receive the seed, and your obedience will determine the harvest. This is why I urge you, see your life as fertile soil. When you sow your time, your words, your resources into God's purpose, you are not losing, you are planting, and no seed planted in kingdom soil ever dies. It multiplies. Think of your own journey. How many seeds of faith have you planted in tears? How many seeds of prayer have you sown in silence? How many seeds of generosity have you given when you barely had enough? None of it is wasted. The soil remembers. Heaven remembers. And now the harvest is coming. Chosen one. In this moment, I want to speak to your heart gently but clearly. Just as a farmer cannot expect harvest without sowing, so too, the flow of blessing increases when you release what is in your hand. Supporting the work that brings you these messages, whether through liking, sharing, subscribing, or even sowing a seed of donation, is not about buying a blessing. No, blessings cannot be bought. It is about aligning yourself with the flow of abundance. When you share, you sow the seed of encouragement into someone else's life. When you subscribe, you sow the seed of connection, staying rooted in a stream that waters your spirit. And when you donate even the smallest seed, you are planting into fertile soil, like a farmer who releases one seed but reaps a field. Your act of generosity multiplies into fruit that feeds many. Do not see it as loss. See it as legacy. Seeds leave your hand, but they never leave your life. They return in multiplied form, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. The Spirit Himself ensures the soil yields what was planted. Chosen one. This is not manipulation. This is revelation. The billionaire's blessing will not fall upon closed fists, but upon open hands, open to give, open to sow, open to release. That is how heaven knows you are ready to receive more. Imagine a stream. If it is dammed up, the water stagnates, but when it flows, it remains fresh. It remains alive. The same is true of wealth. When you release it into kingdom soil, it flows back with greater power. This is why some remain stuck. They clutch. They hoard. They fear. But you, chosen one, will open your hand, and because you do, your harvest will never run dry. The covenant wealth transfer is already in motion. Do not fear the scale of it. Do not doubt your readiness. The grace of God is your guarantee, and His promise is your security. You are chosen not to hoard, but to steward, not to cling, but to release, not to waste, but to sow. And because of this posture, heaven trusts you with abundance. So stand tall, lift your hands, and believe. Your wilderness prepared you, your warfare refined you, and now your harvest awaits you. The treasures of the unrighteous are being released, and you are the vessel chosen to carry them. And when they come, Remember the truth of the seed. Do not consume it all. Sow, water, release, and watch as God multiplies beyond your imagination. This is covenant transfer. This is divine exchange. This is your inheritance. Chosen one. Chosen one. Listen carefully. For what is hidden is about to be revealed. The vaults of heaven, long sealed and guarded, are opening in your favor. There are resources, opportunities, and treasures that have been kept from the eyes of others, but preserved for you. God has written your name upon doors that no man can shut. And now the key is turning. For too long you have wondered why your efforts seem to fall short, why opportunities seem just out of reach, why others advanced while you remained waiting. The truth is not that you were overlooked, but that the timing was divine. Hidden vaults do not open by human strength. They open by heavenly decree. And now, the decree has been issued. The seals are breaking. The doors are opening. Chosen one. Hidden vaults are not only about money, they are about wisdom, revelation, divine connexion, and opportunities disguised as impossibilities. These are not things you could have earned by striving, they are gifts from God, preserved until your spirit was prepared. You needed the wilderness to humble you. You needed the fire to refine you. You needed the delay to shape you. Now that the process is complete, the release begins. Understand this. Not everything God gives is visible at once. Some blessings are hidden treasures, waiting for appointed seasons. The wealth you are stepping into has been concealed, but not denied. Think of seeds buried beneath the soil. For a time, they look dead. Nothing seems to move. But at the right season, the hidden becomes visible, and the buried becomes fruitful. So it is with you. Chosen one. The Apostle John records in the book of Revelation, chapter 3, verse 8, Z. I have placed before you an open door that no one can shut. Line. That door is yours. That vault is yours. It has been preserved with your inheritance locked inside. And when God opens it, no enemy can close it. No rival can steal it. No obstacle can resist it. The vault is opening not because of your striving, but because of your identity as chosen one. Let this imagery dwell in your spirit. Imagine a vault filled with gold, jewels, contracts, ideas, and opportunities. For years it has been hidden, sealed, and guarded. But today, heaven's hand turns the key. The lock clicks open. The heavy door swings wide. Light pours out, and within it lies everything you prayed for, everything you wept for, everything you fought for. That vault has your name written on it, and no one else can claim it. But here is the truth. Not all hidden vaults are financial. Some contain healing. Some contain reconciliation. Some contain creativity and innovation. Some hold connections to people who will shift the course of your destiny. What was once locked away is now being unveiled. And it will come suddenly. One moment you will see nothing, and the next you will stand before opportunities you never imagined. Chosen one. Hidden vaults open at appointed times. This is why you could not force doors to open before. It was not rejection, it was protection. The Lord was safeguarding your inheritance until you were ready to carry it. Now that you are prepared, the vaults cannot remain shut. Consider Joseph again. The hidden vault of Pharaoh's palace was locked to him while he was in prison, but at the appointed time, the vault opened. One day he was bound. The next day he was second in command of a nation. That is the suddenness of divine vaults. When they open, delay collapses, and destiny accelerates. So, chosen one, what must you do? Simply align your heart with faith. You do not need to break down the vault door. You need only to trust the one who holds the keys. Your obedience will position you. Your humility will sustain you. And your faith will unlock what is hidden. Even now, the Spirit whispers, look again. The opportunities you thought were gone will resurface. The relationships you thought were lost will return in unexpected ways. The finances you thought were out of reach will appear through unusual channels. The hidden will be revealed, and you will know it is God, because you could not have orchestrated it yourself. Chosen one, do not fear the magnitude of what is coming. Hidden vaults often hold more than you imagined. This is why God tested you with little, so that when much is placed in your hand, you will not waste it. The vaults open not to flatter you, but to fulfill purpose. And when you step into them, nations will benefit from what is released. Hear this clearly. The vault is not just for you. It is through you. What God gives you will overflow into others. That is why He trusted you to wait. That is why He allowed delay. Because you are not one who hoards, but one who releases. Chosen one. As this vault opens, seal your faith with prophetic agreement. Right now, in the comments, type the number 999. Why 999? Because it represents finality and completion. The ending of one cycle and the opening of another. By typing 999, you are declaring, my season of hiddenness is complete. My vaults are opening, and I am stepping into my new chapter. This is not superstition, it is symbolic faith. It is your act of saying, yes, Lord, I receive what you are unlocking. Lo, every number in Scripture carries weight. Just as 7 represents completion and 3 represents divine fullness, so too does 9 represent the birthing of something new. A woman carries a child for 9 months before birth. So too, your vault has been hidden, carried, and now it is ready to deliver. When you type 999, you are prophetically aligning with this moment of birthing. Chosen one, let your faith rise. The vaults are not imaginary, they are real. And they are opening now. You will see the evidence in sudden opportunities, in unexpected blessings, in doors you never knocked on swinging wide before you. The world will call it luck. You will know it was God. So stand ready. Lift your eyes. Prepare your hands. The hidden is being revealed. The locked is being opened. The vaults of heaven are swinging wide. And your name is written on what lies within. Chosen one, the weight you have carried has been immense. Heavier than words can fully describe. You have walked through valleys where the burden seemed unbearable. And still you kept moving. You pressed forward when your strength was gone, when your spirit was exhausted, when your prayers felt unanswered. Every load you bore, every responsibility you shouldered, every disappointment you endured was not a punishment, it was a preparation. The very burdens that once crushed, you are being transformed into the breakthrough that will elevate you. Do you see the divine paradox at work? What the enemy meant for destruction, God is turning into construction. What was meant to bury you is becoming the very foundation upon which your destiny stands. Every burden you carried was shaping your character, stretching your endurance, and sharpening your discernment. And now, as you step into abundance, those burdens are no longer weights, they are testimonies, and they are fuel for your rise. There were nights you asked, "Why me?" Nights when your shoulders felt too fragile to carry what life demanded. You carried financial pressure, family struggles, personal battles that no one else could see. You smiled while carrying invisible weights. You encouraged others while privately breaking. You poured out when you had nothing left to give. These experiences were not wasted. Chosen one. They were seeds planted deep into the soil of your destiny. And now the harvest is breaking forth. Understand this: God never wastes pain. He transforms it. The heavy burdens of yesterday become the wings that lift you into tomorrow. The tears of last season become the rivers that water your new harvest. The scars you tried to hide become the proof that you survived and the evidence that you are chosen. The Apostle Peter reminds us in the first letter of Peter, chapter 5, verse 10, "And the God of all grace, who called you to his eternal glory in Christ, after you have suffered a little while, will himself restore you and make you strong, firm and steadfast." And what? Chosen one. Your suffering was temporary, but your restoration will be eternal. The burden was momentary, but the breakthrough is lasting. You will not simply return to where you were, you will rise higher than where you fell. The God of all grace is not only lifting your burdens, he is transforming them into blessings. Think of the story of David. He carried the burden of rejection, the burden of hiding in caves, the burden of betrayal by those closest to him. Yet those very burdens refined him into the king Israel needed. Without the weight of those trials, he would not have developed the strength to carry the crown. The same is true for you. Chosen one, without your burdens, you would not be ready for the abundance. Every tear you cried was not wasted. Heaven counted them, bottled them, and now they are being poured out as oil of anointing. Every loss you endured was not forgotten. It became a seed planted in secret, and it is now blossoming into harvest. Every betrayal was not a defeat, it was redirection. Every closed door was not rejection, it was protection. Look again at your story. The burdens that broke you also built you. They taught you resilience that cannot be shaken, compassion that cannot be faked, wisdom that cannot be bought. You have become a vessel that can carry wealth without arrogance, influence without corruption, and blessing without waste. That is why God trusted you with burdens, because he was preparing you for breakthrough. Chosen one. Breakthrough does not emerge in comfort. It is born in the pressure of pain. A diamond forms only under intense weight. Oil flows only when the olive is crushed. Gold is purified only in fire. And you, chosen of God, have walked through weight, crushing, and fire not to destroy you, but to refine you. The breakthrough that is coming is not fragile, it has been forged in suffering, and that makes it unshakable. Now the shift is here. What once felt like endless labor will turn into effortless harvest. What once drained you will now empower you. The weight that made you bow will now become the crown that makes you stand tall. You will no longer be defined by your burdens, but by your breakthrough. Chosen one. Lift your eyes. The storm is ending. The season of carrying heavy weights without relief is closing. You are stepping into a chapter where your testimony will speak louder than your trials, where your breakthrough will echo louder than your burden. People will look at you and wonder how you survived, and you will declare, "It was God." This is not mere encouragement, it is prophecy. The burdens you once carried are the very evidence that abundance is on its way. For God never allows his chosen ones to suffer without purpose. He does not let you bleed without reason. He transforms every weight into a weapon, every struggle into strength, every burden into breakthrough. Chosen one, imagine yourself standing on the edge of a mountain. Behind you is the valley where you carried the weight, where your back bent under heavy loads. Before you is the horizon of breakthrough, where the sun rises on a new day. You are standing in transition, one step forward, and you leave the wilderness. One step forward, and you enter abundance. And as you step, feel the burdens falling away. The heaviness that once clung to your shoulders is lifting. The shadows that once clouded your mind are clearing. The despair that once chained your spirit is breaking. See them as divine investments. They purchased your maturity. They paid for your resilience. They bought your wisdom. And now the return on that investment is breakthrough that will shake nations. Chosen one. You are proof that burdens cannot break those who are chosen. You are evidence that trials cannot silence destiny. You are testimony that suffering cannot cancel calling. The burdens you carried were not in vain. They were fuel for your breakthrough. And now, breakthrough is not just coming, it is here. Step into it boldly. Wear it like a crown. Walk in it as your inheritance. For the God who allowed you to carry the burden is the same God who now delivers the blessing. Chosen one. There is a stirring in the unseen realms, a sound echoing in the courts of heaven concerning you. Your name is not forgotten. Your prayers are not lost. And your destiny is not delayed. Angels have been dispatched, carrying scrolls with instructions sealed by the hand of God himself. They are on assignment, and their orders are tied directly to your inheritance. Do you realize how precious you are to heaven? Every detail of your life is noted. Every struggle you endured is remembered, and every cry of your heart has been heard. When you felt unseen, heaven was watching. When you felt abandoned, heaven was planning. When you thought no one cared, the angels of the Lord were surrounding you, waiting for the command to move. Chosen one. The courts of heaven operate in perfect order. There are times when prayers ascend like incense, and answers are released but delayed in the spiritual realm. You have lived through seasons where the promise seemed to tarry, but understand this, delays are not denials. There were battles waged in the unseen, wars between light and darkness, but heaven never forgot you. The angels assigned to your life never abandoned their posts. They waited for the moment when God would say, "Now, and beloved, the now moment has arrived. The courtroom of heaven has shifted in your favor. Decrees have been signed. The scrolls of inheritance have been unsealed. Angels are moving with precision, and their path is clear. They are heading toward you, carrying blessings, resources, and divine alignments that cannot be intercepted. The psalmist testifies in the book of Psalms, chapter 91, verse 1. Whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty. Oh, you, chosen one, have dwelled in the shelter of the Most High, even in seasons when you felt lost. And because of that, you are under divine covering. That covering ensures that the angels on assignment for you will not fail. The vaults of heaven have opened, and what was once locked away is being released through their hands. Understand the magnitude of this moment. There are blessings with your name written on them that no one else can claim. Just as parcels in the natural world are addressed to specific homes, so too are spiritual blessings addressed to you. Your name is etched into heavenly scrolls, and no thief, no rival, no enemy can alter that address. The delivery is secure, and the angels are the couriers. Chosen one. You may wonder why the process has taken so long, but heaven is never late. In the courts of God, timing is perfection. The delay was not a punishment, it was alignment. God was aligning your heart, your circumstances, and even the people around you, so that when the blessing arrives, it would not be squandered, but fully stewarded. The angels did not move earlier because the soil was not ready. But now, the soil is prepared. The ground is fertile, and the rain of blessing is falling. Think of Daniel, who prayed and fasted for 21 days. His answer had been released on the first day, yet a spiritual battle delayed the messenger. Still, the angel arrived with the word intact. So too, with you, chosen one, your prayers were heard from the beginning. And though the battle was fierce, your angels never turned back. They pressed through, carrying your inheritance. And now the delivery is at your doorstep. Chosen one, the very fact that you are reading this word is confirmation that heaven has remembered your case. The judge of all creation has ruled in your favor. Mercy has overruled accusation. Grace has silenced condemnation. And favor has spoken louder than failure. The gavel has fallen, and the verdict is blessing. Angels are not merely symbolic, they are active. Powerful beings sent to serve those who inherit salvation. Right now, they are positioning people to meet you, placing your name in the minds of those with influence, shifting contracts, rerouting resources, and breaking barriers that once seemed immovable. They are not passive, they are precise, and they will not stop until the order of heaven is fulfilled in your life. Chosen one, take heart. The silence of heaven was never absence, it was strategy. Just as has your inheritance been growing in silence, and now it breaks through. You are about to see evidence of angelic activity in ways you cannot deny. Strange favor, unexpected provision, divine connections, all will testify that heaven's court has ruled in your favor. Do not let fear steal this revelation. The enemy will try to whisper doubt, saying, "It's too late," or "You missed it," or "This is not for you." But those are lies. The decree has already been signed, and what God has spoken cannot be revoked. The angels are not negotiating, they are delivering. Chosen one. Imagine this scene in the spirit, the courtroom of heaven filled with light, angels bowing in reverence as the judge of all creation speaks. Your name is called. Your file is opened. Every accusation from the enemy is silenced by the blood of Jesus. And then, with authority, the judge declares, "Release the inheritance." The angels rise. They take the scroll, and they go forth. That is what has happened in your favor. So now, walk in confidence. Expect the unusual. Anticipate the sudden. Watch for signs of angelic movement around you. You may not see them with natural eyes, but you will see their effects: doors opening, people favoring you, opportunities aligning, protection covering you. These are the fingerprints of your angels at work. Chosen one, know this: your case has been decided. Your name has been called, and your inheritance is on its way. The courts of heaven have spoken, and their word does not return void. Stand in peace. Rest in the shadow of the Almighty, and know that angels are on assignment for you. The burden of waiting is over. The season of uncertainty is closing. You are stepping into the evidence of what was decreed long ago, and no power in hell can reverse what has already been ruled in your favor. Chosen one, the heat of the fire you endured was not to consume you, but to refine you. Every trial, every testing, every season where you felt pressed on all sides was a refining fire. The fire was not punishment, it was preparation. It was meant to burn away what could not go with you into the next season, to purify your motives, to strengthen your resolve, and to prove that your faith is genuine. Do you remember how intense it felt? The weight of betrayal, the sting of rejection, the silence of unanswered prayers, the crushing pressure of scarcity. Those moments were your furnace. You felt stripped of control, and you questioned whether you would survive. And yet here you are, still standing, still breathing, still chosen. The fire did not consume you, it revealed you. The refining fire is God's way of saying, I am preparing you for more than you can imagine. Gold must pass through fire to shine. Oil must be pressed to flow. Diamonds must endure unimaginable pressure to form. And you, chosen one, are no different. The fire you endured has made you more valuable than gold. The prophet Zechariah records in the book of Zechariah, chapter 4, verse 6, not by might, nor by power, but by my Spirit. This is why you survived. It was never your strength, never your wisdom, never your ability. It was the Spirit of God carrying you, holding you, preserving you in the flames. Others walked away. Others crumbled under less pressure. But you endured because you are chosen. Chosen one. Understand this. Fire removes impurities. It exposes what is temporary and reveals what is eternal. Through the flames, false friendships fell away. Shallow motives were burned off, and pride was dismantled. It was painful, yes, but it was purposeful. The people who left you were not part of your destiny. The doors that closed on you were not meant to remain open. The resources that dried up were not your true supply. Only the Spirit could carry you through the fire. And He did. Now, after the refining, you stand different. You are no longer fragile, no longer naive, no longer dependent on the approval of others. The fire has made you unshakable. You know now that if God is with you, no one can stand against you. You know now that your value does not come from what you own, but from who owns you. You know now that storms may rage, but you will not be moved. Think of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, thrown into the fiery furnace. The flames were meant to destroy them, yet they walked out without even the smell of smoke. The fire that should have consumed them became the stage for God's glory. The same is true for you. The fire that was designed to kill you has only made you stronger, and you will emerge carrying no evidence of the destruction, only the fragrance of glory. Chosen one. This refining has prepared you for the billionaire's blessing. Without the fire, you might have mishandled it. Without the testing, you might have wasted it. But now, with your motives pure and your heart aligned, you are ready to steward abundance. Wealth without refinement destroys, but wealth in refined hands multiplies. That is why God trusted you enough to allow the fire, because He knew you would survive it. And He knew you would emerge prepared. Do not despise your scars. They are not signs of weakness, but of survival. They are evidence that you passed through fire and lived to tell the story. They will remind you of your strength when abundance arrives. And they will silence the lies of the enemy who says you are not ready. The refining fire is also your testimony. When others see your rise, they will wonder how you carried such weight, and you will tell them, it was the Spirit. It was grace. It was God. That testimony will carry more weight than any sermon. People will believe because they will see the fire could not destroy you. Chosen one. I feel this strongly. You are on the edge of breakthrough. And the fire was the final test. Like metal in the furnace, you have been shaped, molded, and purified. The next phase is abundance. The vaults are opening. The blessings are flowing. And your hands are being filled. And when they are, you will not boast in yourself. You will glorify God. That is the beauty of refinement. It strips away pride and clothes you in humility. Now, I call you to seal this word with prophetic declaration. In the comments, type these simple words, refined by fire. Now, do not dismiss this as just typing letters. This act is symbolic. It is your agreement with heaven that you have endured the process and are ready for the promise. It is your declaration that the flames did not destroy you, but prepared you. It is your statement of faith that you are stepping out of fire into favor. Why under 4 words? Because simplicity carries power. It is not the length of the declaration, but the faith behind it. By typing refined by fire, you are telling both heaven and hell, I passed through, and I survived. I am ready for my next season. This is your banner of victory, your seal of readiness, your prophetic agreement. Chosen one. Take courage. The fire is behind you. The favor is before you. And the blessing is at your doorstep. Lift your head. Straighten your shoulders. You are no longer a victim of fire. You are a victor crowned with favor. The refining fire has done its work. Now, abundance will flow, and nations will be blessed because you endured. Chosen one. You were never meant to drink from puddles or scrape from the dust. You were designed for overflow, for abundance that streams without end. The season you are entering is not about small blessings or survival. It is about stepping into the river of God's provision. You are called to live in the dimension of overflow. Think of it like this. Puddles dry up. Wells run low. But rivers keep flowing. Rivers draw their supply from hidden springs and deep sources that never run dry. This is what your blessing will look like. Constant. Renewing. Unstoppable. Not scraps. Not leftovers. But streams of abundance that keep pouring into your life and through your life. You have known seasons of drought where every drop felt precious and every moment felt like you were running out. But that season is not your identity. You were never meant to live thirsty, always chasing. always begging. You were chosen to stand knee-deep, waist-deep, shoulder-deep in the current of overflow, letting the blessing of God carry you forward. The prophet Isaiah proclaimed in the book of Isaiah, chapter 41, verse 10, "So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will uphold you." This is why the river flows toward you, not because of your perfection, but because of His presence, not because you earned it, but because He promised it. The righteous right hand of God is guiding the streams of blessing into your life. And once He opens the source, no enemy, no obstacle, no system can dam it up. Chosen one, imagine standing at the bank of a mighty river. You hear the rush, the roar, the unending sound of water moving with power. That river represents the wealth, wisdom, favor, and opportunities God is releasing. And you are not called to watch from the edge. You are called to step in. Overflow means more than enough. It means that your cup does not just fill, it spills over. It means that your life becomes a channel, a stream that carries life wherever it goes. Just as a river nourishes fields, feeds cities, and shapes nations, so too will the overflow in your life bless not just you, but those around you. But here is the truth about rivers: they are not meant to be hoarded. Water that is hoarded stagnates, but water that flows stays fresh, powerful, and life-giving. In the same way, your wealth and blessing will remain fresh as long as they keep flowing. When you give, when you sow, when you release, the river continues to move. When you clutch, hoard, and withhold, the stream stagnates. Chosen one, I speak this with gentleness. Part of stepping into overflow is learning to flow with it. This is why I encourage you, stay connected to this stream. When you like and share these messages, you are letting the river flow beyond yourself into the lives of others who are thirsty. When you subscribe, you are planting yourself by the riverbank, ensuring you remain close to the current. And when you sow, even with the smallest donation, you are releasing a drop back into the flow, trusting that the current will multiply it 100-fold. Think of it. One drop into a river may seem small, but it becomes part of a current that touches miles downstream. Your seed is the same. What you release may seem small in your hand, but once it flows into kingdom soil, it multiplies, moving farther and reaching more than you could imagine. This is not about pressure, it is about principle. The river of abundance is meant to move through you, not stop with you. And when you give back, even in the simplest ways, you ensure that you remain part of the current. Like the farmer who knows the rain will return when he sows, so too will you see the river return when you release. Chosen one, the Spirit says clearly, the season of scraping is over. The season of puddles is past. The river of overflow is rising, and you are stepping into it. You will no longer worry about tomorrow's bread, for you will have more than enough. You will no longer fear tomorrow's bills, for the river will provide. You will no longer dream too small, for the current of blessing will carry you farther than your feet could take you. Let this truth soak deep. The overflow is not about greed, it is about purpose. Rivers are not for one person alone, they are for everyone they touch. Your abundance will flow into families, into communities, into ministries, into generations. This is why you are chosen. This is why you endured the wilderness. This is why you passed through fire. You were being prepared to step into the river. Look again at your life. Every dry season was teaching you how to value water. Every desert moment was training you to thirst for the true source. Now that the river is here, you will not waste it. You will not misuse it. You will let it flow. So walk into it boldly. Do not dip your toes and retreat. Step in fully. Trust the current. Let it carry you. For the river of God's blessing is not shallow, it is deep, wide, and endless. And remember, chosen one. The river is not a trickle, not a stream, but an unending flow. What begins as a drop will become a torrent. What begins as a trickle will become a flood. And your life will be living proof that the chosen ones of God do not live in scarcity, but in overflow. Chosen one. There is a reality you must embrace with boldness. Your enemies will not only hear about your blessing, they will witness it with their own eyes. The wealth, favor, and influence that God is releasing will be so undeniable that even those who doubted you, those who mocked you, those who betrayed you, will have no choice but to see the hand of God upon you. For years you were misunderstood. Some dismissed you as unworthy. Others rejected you as insignificant. And still others spoke against you to tear down your reputation. You carried these wounds silently, often questioning why people turned their backs on you. But hear this, rejection was not your ending, it was your redirection. Every no spoken against you was simply clearing the path for God's yes. Oh, now the tables are turning. Those who laughed at your wilderness will watch your promised land unfold. Those who questioned your fire will witness your refinement. Those who declared you finished will see you flourish. The very mouths that mocked you will be silenced by your testimony. This is not about vengeance, it is about vindication. God is not elevating you to shame your enemies, but to reveal His glory. Your rise will not be fueled by bitterness, but by blessing. And yet, as you ascend, your elevation will become a living rebuke to those who doubted the power of God in your life. Chosen one. This has always been the pattern of the faithful. Joseph's brothers betrayed him, sold him into slavery, and left him for dead. Yet years later, they stood before him, desperate for food, not recognizing that the very one they betrayed was now their source of provision. David was mocked and hunted by Saul. But in time, Saul was forced to admit that David was chosen. Jesus himself was despised, rejected, and crucified. Yet he rose, and even his enemies could not deny his resurrection. So it will be with you. The blessing on your life will be so visible that even those who despised you will become witnesses. They may not celebrate you, but they will not be able to deny you. The psalmist sings in the book of Psalms, chapter 23, verse 5, "You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows." This table, chosen one, is being set for you even now. It is not hidden in secret chambers. It is prepared in plain sight. Your enemies will not be removed before your blessing arrives. They will be present to see it unfold. The oil on your head, the overflow in your cup, the abundance in your hands, these will testify louder than words. And here is the beauty. The same people who opposed you may one day depend on the blessing you carry. just as Joseph's brothers bowed before him. Those who mocked you may seek your help, and when they do, you will not retaliate with bitterness. You will respond with grace. For your blessing is bigger than personal revenge. It is kingdom purpose. Chosen one. Your story is shifting from shame to showcase. Where once you were overlooked, you will be overjoyed. Where once you were mocked, you will be magnified. Where once you were silenced, you will be celebrated. And all of this will happen in view of those who said, "It could never be done." Do not despise this part of your journey. Do not shrink back in fear, worried about how your enemies will react. This is not about them, it is about God's glory in you. Their presence only serves to highlight the miracle. Their doubt only makes your testimony more powerful. Their mockery only amplifies God's vindication. Chosen one. When the oil flows on your head, it will not ask permission. When the table is set, it will not check the guest list. When the cup overflows, it will not stop to consider who is watching. The blessing is coming regardless, and your enemies will see it. Do not waste energy worrying about their opinions. The elevation you are stepping into cannot be cancelled by gossip, cannot be hindered by jealousy, cannot be stopped by schemes. No one can close the door that God has opened. No one can steal the inheritance written in your name. No one can block the flow of oil chosen for your head. So let your enemies watch. Let them see the fruit of your labor, the evidence of your faith, the overflow of your blessing. Their watching does not diminish your blessing, it magnifies it. Chosen one. Remember this truth. Vindication belongs to the Lord. You do not need to defend yourself, argue, or retaliate. Your testimony will be your defense. Your blessing will be your evidence. Your rise will be your response. God Himself will speak through your abundance, louder than you could ever speak in your own strength. And when you walk into this new season, walk with humility. Do not allow the presence of your enemies to harden your heart. Instead, let it remind you that you serve a God who lifts the lowly, who exalts the humble, who vindicates the righteous. Let your heart remain pure, your spirit remain generous, and your testimony remain strong. For the true measure of being chosen is not how you treat your friends, but how you respond to your enemies. When God prepares your table, He also calls you to extend grace, not because they deserve it, but because you are chosen to live above bitterness. Chosen one. Your enemies will see you rise. They will watch as the oil flows, as the cup overflows, as the river of blessing surrounds you. And though they may not admit it aloud, in their hearts they will know, you are chosen, and the hand of God is upon you. This is your vindication. This is your testimony. This is your season. Chosen one. Everything about your life has been a signpost pointing toward divine alignment. Even in the moments when you felt directionless, heaven was guiding you with precision. What seemed like chaos was order hidden from your sight. What looked like delay was strategy in motion. And now you have arrived at the threshold of revelation, where the unseen becomes visible and the hidden purpose is revealed. The world around you measures success by speed, by how quickly one can rise, how swiftly one can collect possessions, how immediately one can achieve recognition. But God works differently. His timing is perfect, and His patterns are eternal. He is not rushed, nor is He late. He aligns moments, people, and places with such precision that when the blessing arrives, it leaves no doubt this was the hand of God. Chosen one. Pay attention. The heavens speak not only through words, but also through patterns, cycles, and numbers. All creation echoes the language of its creator. The sun rises and sets in order. The seasons shift with consistency. The stars move in their paths, all reminding you that the God who governs the universe also governs your life. Numbers 2 are woven into this design. They are not accidents, they are signals. Divine fingerprints left for you to recognize when heaven is near. Think of how often numbers shape the word of God. 3 days until resurrection. 12 tribes of Israel. 40 days of testing. 7 years of plenty and 7 years of famine. These were not just figures. They were patterns pointing to God's design. In the same way, your life has been marked by moments that align with heaven's calendar. You have seen recurring patterns. You have felt the weight of appointed times. You have wondered if certain repetitions meant something more. And the truth is, they did. The prophet Habakkuk wrote in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, "For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay." Chosen one. The revelation concerning your life has always been set for an appointed time. Though it lingered, though it seemed late, though your heart grew weary, the appointed time is now. You stand in a season where the patterns align, where the signs confirm, and where the prophetic voice of heaven is louder than the doubts of earth. Look back over your journey. Can you not see it? The repetitions, the cycles, the times when you noticed the same numbers, the same signals, the same nudges in your spirit. These were not coincidences. They were whispers from God saying, "Hold on, I am still guiding you. My timing is still perfect." And now, the confirmation arrives. You are stepping into a season of establishment. The foundations that once felt unstable are being strengthened. The structures of your destiny, which felt incomplete, are being built to completion. You are moving from uncertainty to security, from wandering to anchoring, from instability to foundation. Chosen one. Imagine the building of a house. The foundation is dug deep. Stones are laid. Beams are secured. At first, it looks like nothing but dirt and work. There is no beauty, no glory, no sign of the finished product. But without that foundation, the house could not stand. That is what your past seasons have been. God laying foundations in your life so that when He raises you up, nothing will be able to shake you. Do not despise the days of waiting. They were never wasted. Every repetition, every sign, every divine number pointing back to you was evidence that the structure was being built. And now, the time of unveiling has come. Chosen one. Stability is arriving. Your wealth will not be fleeting, it will be established. Your influence will not be shallow, it will be rooted. Your blessing will not be fragile, it will be fortified. The season of watching everything slip through your fingers is over. What God is giving you now is not temporary, it is permanent. It is foundation. It is structure. It is security. You are not standing on shifting sand. You are standing on the solid ground of divine promise. And from here, you will build not only for yourself, but for generations. Chosen one. Do not take lightly the signs that God uses to speak. Just as rainbows confirmed covenant, just as stars guided wise men, so too do numbers serve as reminders of divine truth. They are not to be worshipped, but to be understood. They are the language of order in a world that often feels chaotic. Your inheritance, your blessing, your destiny, these are not random. They are appointed, and the signs you are seeing are heaven's way of confirming that the appointed time has arrived. And now, as this word settles in your spirit, I call you to respond in prophetic agreement. Seal this truth, not with fear, not with hesitation, but with boldness. In the comments, type the number 444. This number is not superstition, it is a prophetic symbol. 4 speaks of foundations, of stability, of the 4 corners of the earth, of the 4 winds of heaven. By writing it, you are declaring, my foundation is secure, my blessing is established, my inheritance is unshakable. Do this, chosen one, not as ritual, but as revelation. It is your agreement with heaven's decree. It is your act of faith that says, I am ready for what has been appointed for me. And as you do, trust that the God who spoke through signs in Scripture is still speaking today. He has not forgotten you. He has not delayed his promise, and he has not abandoned his design. You are aligned. You are established. You are chosen, chosen one. The Joseph blueprint is more than just a story. It is a prophetic pattern that heaven has inscribed upon your journey. When you look closely, you can see the fingerprints of Joseph's life mirrored in your own. The seasons of betrayal, the years of silence, the weight of waiting, and the sudden breakthroughs that seemed to arrive when all hope was gone. These are not accidents. They are confirmations that you are walking in a pathway God has used before to raise dreamers into stewards of nations. Joseph's life teaches us that destiny is rarely straightforward. He was given a dream as a young man, but his road to fulfillment was filled with twists that seemed contrary to the vision. Instead of a crown, he found himself in a pit. Instead of honor, he faced slavery. Instead of justice, he was imprisoned. To the natural eye, it looked like everything was falling apart. Yet in reality, everything was falling into place. Your story has followed the same rhythm. The dreams within your heart often felt at odds with your reality. You envisioned breakthrough, yet endured setbacks. You carried promises, yet faced betrayals. You longed for open doors, yet walked through seasons of closed ones. But even in those contradictions, God was working. The pit did not cancel Joseph's dream, nor has your pain cancelled yours. Chosen one. Hear this truth. Destiny is not fragile. The word God has spoken over your life is not subject to the moods of man or the attacks of the enemy. It is anchored in eternity. Joseph's brothers thought they had silenced him forever when they sold him. Potiphar's wife thought she had destroyed his reputation with lies. The prison bars seemed to declare his end, yet through it all, destiny remained untouched. The same is true for you. No betrayal, no slander, no season of limitation can erase what God has ordained. Scripture says in the Gospel of John, chapter 15, verse 16, you did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you so that you might go and bear fruit, fruit that will last. Ember, chosen one. Joseph was chosen, not by his own will, but by divine appointment. And so are you. The fruit you are about to bear will last beyond you. This is not fleeting success, not temporary recognition. It is lasting legacy. The resources, influence, and opportunities that are being placed in your hands will remain as a blessing for generations. Joseph's time in the prison was not wasted. It was preparation. There he interpreted dreams. There he honed his gift. There he proved faithful in obscurity. When the day of opportunity came, he was ready, not because of sudden inspiration, but because of consistent preparation. You, too, have been prepared in the hidden places. Every prayer whispered in secret. Every tear shed in silence. Every act of faith that no one saw, these have all been training ground for what is now unfolding. Do not despise the hidden seasons. Without the prison, Joseph would never have met Pharaoh's cupbearer. Without the cupbearer, his gift would not have been remembered. Without the famine, his wisdom would not have been revealed. What looked like delays were actually alignments. In the same way, your delays have been divine appointments in disguise. And when Joseph's moment came, it was sudden. One day he was a prisoner. The next he was second only to Pharaoh. This is how swiftly God works when the appointed time arrives. You, chosen one, are closer than you think. Your elevation will not be gradual in the way the world expects. It will be sudden, because your preparation has been long. But here is the deeper truth. Joseph's rise was not about his comfort. It was about his calling. His blessing was not for self-indulgence, but for stewardship. He was placed over Egypt's storehouses so that nations could survive famine. Your blessing, too, is not simply about you. It is about those who will eat from your harvest, those who will be sustained by your obedience, those who will find life because you managed wealth with wisdom. Chosen one, your assignment is larger than you realize. The resources that are coming into your hands will impact lives you may never meet. The influence you are stepping into will ripple across nations. Your breakthrough is not just personal, it is generational. That is why the road has been so heavy. That is why the battle has been so fierce. Because the outcome is too great to be ordinary. Like Joseph, you will also face a moment of reconciliation. The very ones who misunderstood you, rejected you, and even worked against you will one day see the hand of God upon your life. Joseph's brothers stood before him, not recognizing the one they betrayed, and he had the power to destroy them. Instead, he chose mercy. He declared, "What you meant for evil, God meant for good." Chosen one, you too will have that choice. And because you have been refined, you will choose mercy. Your blessing will not make you bitter, it will make you better. Humility will be your crown. Generosity will be your testimony. Wisdom will be your signature. These are the marks of the Joseph blueprint. Wealth without wisdom corrupts, but wealth with wisdom multiplies. Influence without humility destroys, but influence with humility transforms. This is why your journey has been so long. Why your trials have been so deep, because the assignment upon you requires maturity. Chosen one, embrace this blueprint fully. Do not shrink back in false humility, saying you are unworthy. God Himself chose you. Do not sabotage yourself with fear, saying you are unprepared. Every trial has prepared you. Do not doubt the scale of what is coming, saying it is too much. Joseph, 2, never imagined his dream would mean ruling nations. Yet when the time came, he stepped into it boldly. And so will you. Remember, Joseph's stewardship saved not only Egypt, but also his own family. His rise was the very vehicle God used to preserve the covenant line of Israel. You, too, are being positioned not only to bless strangers, but to redeem bloodlines. Your wealth will break cycles in your family. Your influence will heal generational wounds. Your obedience will open doors that stayed closed for decades. Chosen one, you are living proof that the Joseph pattern is alive today. You were betrayed, but you are not broken. You were delayed, but you are not denied. You were tested, but you are not defeated. You are chosen, and you are appointed. Let this truth take root. Your palace moment is closer than you think. Do not despise the pit. Do not resent the prison. Do not regret the tears. Every moment was shaping you into the steward you are becoming. Soon, you will rise, not as a dreamer alone, but as a manager of abundance, a carrier of blessing, a vessel of destiny. This is your Joseph season. Chosen one, step into it with confidence. For the God who raised Joseph is the same God raising you, and his blueprint never fails. Chosen one, there is a principle in the kingdom that often seems hidden to the natural eye. You are about to drink from wells you did not dig. This means you will walk into blessings prepared by hands other than your own. Inherit opportunities you did not labor for, and benefit from seeds sown long before you arrived. The God who has chosen you is also the God who positions you, and in his timing, he brings you to places where the work has already been done, the ground already tilled, and the water already flowing. Think of Israel stepping into the promised land. After years of wilderness wandering, after hunger and thirst, after battles and trials, they finally entered a land described as flowing with milk and honey. But it was more than poetic description, it was reality. The land had already been cultivated. The vineyards had already been planted. The houses already built. The wells already dug. All they had to do was step in and receive. This was not because they were strong enough to conquer by themselves, but because God had prepared it in advance. Chosen one. So it is with you. You are entering a season where the fruit of others' labor will become your inheritance. Contracts signed by others will fall into your hands. Businesses built by others will become your legacy. Networks created by others will open their doors for you. Wells dug by others will quench your thirst. This is not theft. It is transfer. It is the way God works when he wants to accelerate his chosen ones. Understand this. Digging wells is hard labor. It requires time, energy, and risk. Many dig for years without finding water. But you, chosen one, will be positioned to receive wells already overflowing. This is divine efficiency. God uses the labor of the unrighteous, the ambitious, and the proud to create structures that his chosen ones will later inherit. They worked without knowing they were preparing it for you. The prophet Moses records in the book of Numbers, chapter 6, verses 24 to 26. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine on you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace. This blessing is more than words. It is evidence of divine favor that brings you into places you did not earn, but are appointed to. Peace comes when you realize you do not have to strive endlessly. Grace comes when you realize the wells already dug are now yours. The shining face of God upon you is proof that inheritance belongs to the chosen one. Reflect on your life. How many times have doors opened for you without explanation? How many times did provision come from unexpected sources? How many times did opportunities find you without your pursuit? These were previews of the wells you are now stepping into. They were small glimpses, foretastes of the abundance that is now at hand. You may ask, why me? Why would God allow me to inherit what others built? The answer is simple: because you are chosen, and because He trusts you to steward it well. The hands that built those wells may not have had the heart to use them for kingdom purposes, but you, tested and refined, carry the heart that will not waste the blessing. That is why the transfer is happening. Do not confuse this with ease or laziness. You have labored, just not in the same way. Your labor has been in tears, in prayers, in obedience, in perseverance. While others worked in the natural, you were being trained in the spiritual, and now God is merging the two. Their natural work becomes your spiritual inheritance. Chosen one. Wells you did not dig also represent ideas you did not invent but will expand. They represent platforms you did not build but will stand upon. They represent relationships you did not initiate but will nurture into destiny. The blessing of God is not limited to your own capacity. It overflows from the faithfulness of generations before you and the alignment of heaven above you. Consider Abraham. He lived in tents, often moving, often unsettled, but his descendants inherited cities, vineyards, and nations because of his faith. You, too, are reaping from prayers of those who came before you, perhaps ancestors who whispered faith-filled petitions you never heard, perhaps intercessors who prayed your name without your knowledge. Their seeds are becoming your wells. And this is the nature of divine blessing. It multiplies across generations. You are walking into inheritance not only for yourself, but for those after you. Just as you benefit from wells dug by others, future generations will drink from wells you will prepare. That is the cycle of covenant blessing. It flows forward endlessly, always multiplying, always increasing. Chosen one. Let this truth free you from striving. You do not have to dig every well. You do not have to invent every opportunity. You do not have to force every door. God has already placed you in alignment with wells prepared for you. Your responsibility is not to strive, but to steward. Not to panic, but to trust. Not to hoard, but to release. And know this: wells you did not dig do not mean you did nothing. They mean you are trusted. God does not hand over inheritance to just anyone. He entrusts it to those who will handle it with wisdom. You have proven through your trials that you can carry wealth without pride, influence without corruption, and abundance without waste. That is why the wells are opening for you. Imagine it: walking into fields already planted, sitting at tables already prepared, drinking from wells already filled. This is not fantasy, it is covenant reality. And soon, the evidence will be undeniable. Chosen one. Prepare your heart. Blessings are about to appear that you cannot trace back to your own effort. Opportunities will arise that you did not pursue. Connections will form that you did not engineer. These are wells dug by others, but assigned to you. Receive them humbly. Manage them wisely. And let them flow through you to bless others. because here is the truth. The wells you inherit are not just for you, they are for others. 2. They will quench your thirst. Yes, but they will also refresh those around you. They will feed families, empower communities, and fund kingdom vision. That is the nature of divine inheritance. It overflows. Chosen one, you are stepping into abundance without striving, inheritance without toil, blessing without burden. The wells are open, the water is flowing, and your name is written on the inheritance. This is your season to drink deeply. Chosen one, hear this clearly. The blessing that is being poured over your life is not a momentary spark, it is generational fire. What God is releasing into your hands is not designed to vanish after you. It is meant to ripple through your bloodline, to shape futures, and to rewrite stories for generations to come. You are standing at the turning point where cycles of lack end and cycles of legacy begin. For too long, you may have watched families repeat patterns, struggling financially, fighting battles with scarcity, living from one crisis to the next. These cycles seemed unbreakable, as though history was doomed to repeat itself. But your story is different. You were chosen to be the one who breaks the chain. What begins with you will not end with you. It will expand, multiply, and flow forward into your children, your community, and beyond. Think of a single tree. A seed goes into the ground, and at first it looks small, insignificant. But that seed grows roots deep into the soil, and its trunk stretches high toward the sky. Eventually, its branches spread wide, offering shade, shelter, and fruit. The seed was tiny, but the legacy of the tree is vast. Chosen one, you are that seed for your family line. God has planted you, watered you through tears, strengthened you through storms, and now you are rising as a tree of blessing whose fruit will feed generations. The Apostle Paul charges in the book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6, "He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus." Chosen one, this good work is not partial, it is complete. The blessing God has begun in you will not stop halfway. It will continue, multiply, and complete its course through your life and the lives after you. This is not just about you, it is about everyone attached to your obedience. But here is the truth. Blessings, like rivers, are not meant to be dammed up. If you hoard them, they stagnate. If you let them flow, they remain fresh, alive, and abundant. This is why your blessing must be generational. It is not only for your table, but for every table connected to your name. The river of abundance will run through your lineage because you are choosing to let it flow, not stop. Chosen one, let me speak to your heart with gentleness. Part of stepping into this generational blessing is learning to keep the flow alive. When you like, share, subscribe, or even sow a seed of donation into the work that feeds your spirit, you are not just supporting a message, you are planting legacy. Think of it like dropping a pebble into water. The ripple seems small at first. But think of a candle. If you light another candle from its flame, it does not lose its fire, it multiplies it. The room grows brighter. The darkness retreats farther. That is what happens when you give, when you share, when you release. Your flame lights another, and together the glow becomes unstoppable. Or imagine a field. A single farmer can eat from one basket of grain, but if he plants the grain as seed, the next season brings fields overflowing. The meal today disappears, but the seed today multiplies. When you sow into God's purposes through your time, your sharing, your gifts, your donations, you are not losing. You are multiplying. You are ensuring that generations after you will eat from the harvest. Chosen one. Your generosity is not measured only in money, it is in faith, in action, in willingness to release. And when you release, heaven responds. God sees the flow and increases it, because He trusts you not to hoard, but to sow. This is how the generational blessing is secured, not just by receiving, but by releasing. Your wealth, your influence, your opportunities, they will not end with you. They are designed to move forward. You are called to be a river, not a réservoir. A réservoir stores water, but if it is never released, it grows stagnant. A river flows, and in its flow, it brings life wherever it passes. You are called to be that river for your family, your community, and the generations after you. Chosen one. Think of Joseph again. His blessing did not only save himself, it saved his family, his nation, and neighboring nations. His obedience created a legacy that stretched beyond his lifetime. That same mantle is on you. The blessing you carry will touch lives beyond what you can count. You will never fully know the reach of your obedience, but eternity will reveal it. This is why the enemy fought you so hard. He was not just afraid of you, he was afraid of the generations after you. He knew that if you rose, your children would rise higher. If you broke through, your grandchildren would never know the chains you carried. If you walked in abundance, entire communities would rise with you. That is why your battles were intense. Because your blessing is not personal, it is generational. Chosen one. The curse of lack, the cycle of struggle, the history of scarcity, it ends with you. Your obedience, your endurance, your faith has broken the cycle. Your blessing, your abundance, your overflow, it begins with you. You are the turning point, the bridge, the seed. You are chosen for this. So, walk boldly. Embrace your role as a torchbearer. Carry the flame, not for yourself alone, but for the ones who will come after you. Let your light shine, so they will never have to stumble in the darkness you once knew. Let your river flow, so they will never thirst as you once did. Let your harvest grow, so they will never starve in the famine you endured. And remember, legacy is not only what you leave behind, but what you pass forward. Every act of obedience today is a seed for tomorrow. Every gift released, every share, every donation, every step of faith, it all creates ripples that reach farther than you can see. Now, seal this in faith with a simple act. In the comments, write these words: legacy continues. By doing so, you are declaring that what begins with you will not end with you, but will continue to flow into the lives after you. This is not just a comment, it is a prophetic statement, a declaration that your blessing is not momentary, but eternal. Chosen one. You are chosen not just for blessing, but for legacy, not just for wealth, but for witness, not just for prosperity, but for purpose. The blessing will outlive you, outgrow you, and outshine you. And that is the beauty of generational blessing. It proves that you were not chosen only for yourself, but for the world. Chosen one. The silence you endured has been one of your greatest teachers. In seasons where you heard no answer, saw no evidence, and felt no movement, heaven was still at work. The quietness was not abandonment, it was refinement. It was in the silence that your roots grew deeper, that your faith stretched wider, and that your spirit learned to hold steady when nothing seemed secure. Silence is one of the most difficult parts of the journey. It feels like waiting in an empty room, asking questions with no reply. Your prayers rise but seem unanswered. Your tears fall but seem unseen. Your cries echo back without response. Yet in that silence, something sacred takes place. Silence is not absence. Silence is instruction. It is the furnace where trust is forged, the soil where patience takes root, the shadow where strength grows unseen. Chosen one. Think about Elijah on Mount Carmel. After fire fell from heaven, after the dramatic showdown with the prophets of Baal, Elijah fled into a cave, desperate to hear from God again. And when God spoke, it was not in the earthquake, not in the fire, not in the mighty wind, but in the still small voice. That whisper carried more weight than all the noise combined. So it has been with you. In the seasons where thunder was absent, the whisper was training your ear. The prophet Isaiah proclaimed in the book of Isaiah, chapter 41, verse 10, "So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen and uphold you." This was the unspoken reality of your silent seasons. Though you could not hear him, he was present. Though you could not trace his hand, you were still upheld by it. The silence was not neglect, it was God building resilience within you, teaching you to walk by faith and not by sight, to stand even when you could not see. Consider the seed buried underground, in the dark, in silence, in hiddenness. Transformation is taking place. The shell cracks, roots push downward, and life is formed away from the light. To the human eye, it looks like nothing is happening, but in truth, everything is happening. When the time is right, the soil breaks open, and the green shoot rises. Chosen one, you are that seed. Your silent seasons were not evidence of death, but of preparation for breakthrough. Do you remember the countless nights where your soul felt heavy, yet you rose again in the morning? That rising was evidence of grace. Do you remember the days where you wanted to quit, but something within kept whispering, "Hold on"? That whisper was evidence of divine presence. Every moment you thought you were forgotten was actually a moment of strengthening. Chosen one. Silence also separates. It reveals who stands with you and who only came for the noise of miracles. Many walked away when things grew quiet. Many misunderstood your stillness as weakness. Yet those departures were divine. God allowed silence to sift relationships, to strip distractions, and to leave you with what truly mattered. You are lighter now because silence cleared away the unnecessary. There is another truth about silence. It builds clarity. When external noise is removed, your spirit begins to hear in new ways. Insights arise. Discernment sharpens. Vision clears. You begin to see beyond the surface. What once distracted you no longer has power. because silence has trained your focus. That is why you are emerging now, not just with blessing, but with wisdom. Wealth without wisdom fades, but wealth with wisdom multiplies. Silence has been the forge where your wisdom was shaped. And now, chosen one, you can recognize the patterns others ignore. You can perceive the whispers others miss. You can sense shifts before they appear. This is the advantage of silence. It has tuned your spirit to heaven's frequency. You are not guided by noise, by panic, or by the rush of men. You are guided by stillness, by clarity, by God's unshakable word. Think of Jesus himself. Before miracles, before public ministry, he spent 40 days in the wilderness. Silence, solitude, testing. To others, it looked like wasted time, but it was the preparation that empowered him for everything that followed. Your wilderness, your silence, your hidden seasons, these have been your 40 days. They did not diminish you, they empowered you. Chosen one, when you step into blessing, never despise the silence that shaped you. Never forget the stillness that held you. The wealth and abundance being placed in your hands will require discernment, and discernment comes from silence-trained hearts. In the noise of abundance, you will remember the discipline of quiet. When others are distracted by clamor, you will stand steady in stillness. And here is the mystery. Silence is not the absence of sound, but the fullness of presence. It is God drawing closer in ways beyond words. It is heaven saying, trust without evidence, walk without sight, love without condition. You survived silence because you were sustained by presence. Chosen one. Your testimony will not only be about miracles and breakthroughs, but also about silence. You will tell others, I was held in the quiet. I was trained in the hidden. I was strengthened in the unseen. And that testimony will set many free. For countless others are still in their silent seasons, believing God has abandoned them. Your story will prove otherwise. So do not resent the silence that shaped you. Thank it. It trained you for responsibility. It refined you for stewardship. It aligned you for destiny. And now, because you endured silence, you can carry abundance without losing your soul. Chosen one. You are stepping out of silence into sound, out of hiddenness into visibility, out of waiting into fulfillment. The world will soon hear the sound of your breakthrough. But never forget, it was silence that taught you how to hear, how to stand, how to believe. That silence was holy, and it has made you ready. Chosen one. Your journey has not simply been about receiving blessing, it has been about being transformed into a vessel capable of carrying it. Abundance is not measured only in gold or silver, in contracts or opportunities, but in the capacity of your spirit to handle them. This is why your path has been marked with fire, pressure, and tests. Wealth in the kingdom is not placed into hands that will waste it, but into hands that have been proven faithful. Think of the refining of gold. Raw ore, when first extracted from the earth, is filled with impurities. To the untrained eye, it may even seem worthless, but when it passes through the fire, the heat exposes the hidden flaws, burns away the unnecessary, and leaves behind something pure, radiant, and strong. You, chosen one, have been placed in the fire. The trials you endured were not punishment, they were refinement. Every tear shed, every loss suffered, every betrayal endured, was heat applied to your soul, shaping you into a vessel of purity. The Apostle Peter reminds us in the first letter of Peter, chapter 5, verse 10, "And the God of all grace, who called you to his eternal glory in Christ, after you have suffered a little while, will himself restore you and make you strong, firm, and steadfast." This scripture captures your reality perfectly. You have suffered a little while, and now the season of restoration has come. The fire has done its work. It has not destroyed you, but purified you. You are emerging strong, firm, and steadfast. These are the qualities required to carry generational wealth and influence. Without refinement, blessing becomes a burden. But because you have endured the fire, blessing will now become fuel. Chosen one, do you remember how heavy the pressure once felt? The weight of unanswered questions, the confusion of betrayal, the sting of loss. It pressed against you like a crushing force. But like coal under pressure, you were being transformed into a diamond. Coal on its own is fragile, easily broken, easily burned. But under years of pressure, it becomes something unbreakable, unshackable, radiant. The same has happened to you. The pressure you endured has produced brilliance. The crushing was not the end. It was the process that revealed your value. And this is why you are now ready. Without the fire, gold remains impure. Without the pressure, diamonds remain coal. Without testing, vessels remain fragile. But you, chosen one, have been tested, pressed, refined, and proven. You are no longer fragile. You are ready. Many people desire wealth, but not everyone can handle it. Wealth without character corrupts. Influence without humility destroys. Abundance without wisdom evaporates. That is why your preparation has been so long and so painful. You were not being denied. You were being strengthened. Your spirit had to be enlarged to match your assignment. Your character had to be fortified to withstand your influence. Your heart had to be purified to keep you generous when abundance came. Chosen one. Think of David before he became king. He was anointed while still a shepherd boy. Yet he did not ascend to the throne immediately. He endured years of running, of hiding, of being hunted by Saul. Those years shaped his heart. They taught him dependence on God, compassion for his people, and humility in leadership. If David had ascended to the throne the day he was anointed, he might not have endured. But because he was refined, he ruled with wisdom. So too with you. You have already been anointed, chosen, and appointed. The years of refining were not rejection, they were preparation for your throne. Do not despise the fire you walked through. It has built endurance within you. Endurance that will sustain you when responsibilities grow. Endurance that will hold you steady when storms come, even in the palace. Endurance that will allow you to steward abundance without crumbling under its weight. And recognize this, your scars are not shameful, they are proof that you have survived. They are reminders that the fire was real, the pressure was crushing, the tests were painful, yet you endured. Each scar is a testimony that says, I did not break, and those scars will one day become your authority. For people will listen to someone who has endured, who has walked through the fire and come out pure, chosen one. Your story carries authority. You have not only knowledge, but wisdom. You have not only theory, but testimony. That is why your voice will carry weight. Others may try to speak of endurance, but you have lived it. Others may try to preach about blessing, but you have bled for it. Your words will pierce hearts because they are forged from your own fire. You are ready now. Ready not only to receive wealth, but to manage it with wisdom. Ready not only to walk in influence, but to use it with humility. Ready not only to carry abundance, but to release it with generosity. The fire has prepared you for this, and know this truth. God never wastes pain. Every struggle you endured will be redeemed. Every loss will be restored. Every broken season will be used to build something greater. The years you thought were wasted were actually years of investment. They built muscles in your spirit, endurance in your soul, and purity in your heart. That is why you are trustworthy now. Heaven has tested you and found you faithful, chosen one. The world will soon see the diamond that emerged from the coal, the gold that emerged from the fire, the vessel that endured the pressure. But do not forget the process. Do not forget the refining, for that process is what will keep you humble when the abundance comes. It is what will remind you that this was never your own doing, but God's hand shaping you. So step forward with confidence. Chosen one. Do not fear the weight of blessing. It will not crush you, for you have been prepared. Do not doubt your ability. It is not by your might, but by His Spirit. Do not shrink back in hesitation. The fire has proven you ready. You are stepping into wealth, not as one untested, but as one refined. This is why your journey was so heavy, because your blessing is so great. And now, the refining has ended. The proving has finished. The testing has passed. You stand ready, strong, purified, chosen one. You are now walking into the revelation of divine timing. There are moments in life that feel delayed, moments where every door seems locked, where every prayer seems unanswered. And then suddenly, without warning, the appointed time arrives, and everything shifts in an instant. What seemed impossible for years becomes reality overnight. This is where you stand, now the threshold between waiting and fulfillment. Heaven does not measure time the way the world does. To men, delays feel like denial. To God, delays are preparation. The waiting has not been wasted. Every day of silence, every season of endurance, every step of faith was adding weight to your spirit, shaping you for the moment when the doors would finally swing wide. If the blessing had arrived earlier, it might have crushed you, but now, forged by trials, refined by silence, matured by waiting, you are ready to carry what once would have been too heavy. Chosen one. Destiny often comes wrapped in suddenness. Think of Joseph, forgotten for years in prison, and then, in a single day, lifted to sit beside Pharaoh. Think of David, hunted for years, and then crowned king seemingly overnight. Think of the disciples, fishermen one moment, world changers the next. This is the way of divine timing. Preparation seems long, but manifestation seems sudden. The prophet Habakkuk wrote in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, "For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it, It will certainly come and will not delay. This verse has been your reality. The visions seemed to linger. The promises felt delayed. The breakthrough appeared distant. But the appointed time has come, and it will not fail. Heaven's calendar is opening, and your name is written in this moment. Chosen one. The appointed time is marked by signs. You feel an urgency in your spirit, a restlessness that says change is near. You see doors cracking open where they were once shut. You notice alignment of people and opportunities in ways you could never orchestrate. These are not coincidences. They are indicators that the time has come. Do not fear the suddenness. It may feel overwhelming, as though blessing is arriving too quickly to manage. But remember, your years of waiting were not wasted. They were training. Every no prepared you for the yes. Every closed door prepared you to honor the open one. Every delay built muscles of endurance that will now sustain you in acceleration. The enemy wanted you to believe the wait meant abandonment. He whispered lies that you were forgotten, that God had overlooked you, that the vision was dead. But the silence was not abandonment, it was investment. The vision was not dead, it was maturing. And now, as suddenly as a seed breaking the soil after months underground, your appointed time has arrived. Chosen one. Divine timing is perfect because it weaves together not just your story, but the stories of those connected to you. Joseph's rise was not only about him, it was about saving nations in famine. David's crowning was not only about him, it was about establishing Israel's throne. Your breakthrough, too, is not just about you. It is about those attached to your obedience, those who will eat from your harvest, those who will drink from your overflow. The timing is not random, it is strategic. You may wonder why it took so long. The truth is, alignment was necessary. People, places, and events had to converge. Relationships had to form. Doors had to be built. Pathways had to open. What felt like delay was God orchestrating the entire symphony so that when you step onto the stage, the music is ready, the lights are aligned, and the moment is perfect. Chosen one. This timing is also a safeguard. Sometimes blessing too early becomes a curse. Imagine giving a child the keys to a car before they can drive. It would not be a gift. But à danger. The blessing was always yours. But God waited until you were ready. Now, as you step forward, you can handle it with maturity, wisdom, and strength. This appointed time is not only about blessing, but about positioning. You are being placed where your voice will carry weight, where your influence will impact many, where your resources will multiply for kingdom purpose. The delay ensured that you would not waste the opportunity when it came. Chosen one. Recognize this season. Do not grow distracted. Do not grow complacent. And do not shrink back in fear. You are being summoned into alignment with divine timing. What once lingered is now leaping forward. What once seemed dead is now resurrecting. What once felt impossible is now inevitable. And when it happens, when the doors open, when the opportunities arrive, when the wealth flows, remember the years of waiting. Remember the silence that shaped you. Remember the tears that watered the soil. Let them keep you humble, grateful, and focused. The blessing is not proof of your greatness, but proof of God's faithfulness. This is the mystery of divine timing. It always feels late to us, but is always perfect to heaven. You are not early, not late. You are right on time. Every scar you carry, every trial you endured, every prayer you whispered was part of the journey to this appointed moment. Nothing was wasted. All of it was preparation for now. Chosen one. Let this truth anchor your spirit. Your time has come. The vision is speaking. The revelation is manifesting. The door is open. Do not hesitate. Step boldly. Walk faithfully. And embrace fully what is now unfolding. And as a prophetic act, seal this moment with agreement. In the comments, write the number 555. This number is a declaration of divine timing, grace upon grace, transition into fullness, the completion of waiting. By writing it, you are not just typing digits, you are declaring, my appointed time has arrived, and I choose to walk into it. Let this be your signature of faith upon heaven's decree. Chosen one. Your waiting season is over. Your appointed time is here. Step into it boldly. Chosen one. In this moment, you must understand the sacred power of perception. What you see determines how you walk, and how you walk determines what you receive. Two people can look at the same situation, and one will see defeat while the other sees opportunity. The difference is not in the circumstance, but in the perception. You are being trained to see as heaven sees. Your entire journey has been marked by this refining of vision. In seasons of lack, you were called to see abundance not yet visible. In times of betrayal, you were called to see purpose hidden behind pain. In wilderness seasons, you were called to see rivers beneath dry ground. This shift in vision is what separates the chosen from the ordinary. Ordinary eyes see obstacles. Chosen eyes see openings. Ordinary hearts see problems. Chosen hearts see prophecy. Consider the 12 spies who entered Canaan. 10 saw giants and declared defeat. 2 saw promise and declared victory. The land was the same. The grapes were the same. The cities were the same. But the perception was different. The 10 spoke from fear and forfeited inheritance. The 2 spoke from faith and secured their destiny. Chosen one. Your eyes are being trained to see promise where others see peril. That is why you endured so many contradictions. The Apostle Paul assures us in the book of Ephesians, chapter 3, verse 20. Now to him who is able to do immeasurably more than all we ask or imagine, according to his power that is at work within us. This verse speaks to perception. You ask, but he does more. You imagine, but he exceeds it. The limit is not God's ability, but your perception of what is possible. You were never meant to see only with natural eyes. You were meant to see with the eyes of faith, the imagination of the Spirit, the vision of eternity. Chosen one. Think about your own story. How many times did you stand before impossibility, only to watch God make a way? How many times did you expect little, only to receive much? How many times did you believe the door was closed, only to discover another door opening? Each of these moments was training for your perception. They were rehearsals, reminders that what you see in the natural is not the final word. Perception also reveals alignment. When your vision is clear, you can discern what is truly for you and what is distraction. Not every opportunity is an open door from heaven. Some are traps disguised as blessings. Not every voice that speaks affirmation is a voice of destiny. Some are echoes of deception. Perception trained by the Spirit gives you discernment to know the difference. That is why your seasons of silence and waiting were vital. They sharpened your inner sight. They stripped away the noise of external affirmation so you could hear the whisper of God more clearly. Now, as doors begin to open, you will not be swayed by appearances. You will know instinctively which door carries blessing and which one hides burden. Chosen one. Perception is also about identity. When you see yourself only through the lens of your past failures, you walk timidly, expecting rejection. When you see yourself as heaven sees you, chosen, appointed, favored, you walk boldly, expecting inheritance. That is why the enemy fought so hard to distort your perception of yourself. He whispered lies to make you feel unworthy, to blind you to your calling, to shrink you into doubt. But your eyes are being opened now. You are beginning to see yourself not as broken, but as beloved, not as forsaken, but as favored, not as ordinary, but as chosen. And when your perception shifts, everything around you shifts. Environments change when you walk into them carrying heaven's vision. People respond differently when you carry yourself with the authority of one who knows their identity. Opportunities multiply when you see them as divine assignments rather than random luck. Perception transforms not just your inner world, but your outer world. Chosen one. Imagine walking into a barren field. Most would see emptiness, but the farmer sees harvest. The seeds are not visible, but he knows they are there. His perception shapes his actions. He waters. He waits. He protects because he sees with faith what the natural eye cannot. That is you. You are called to walk into barren places and perceive harvest. You are called to enter dark valleys and perceive light. You are called to stand in storms and perceive peace. This shift in vision is not only for your benefit, but for those around you. People blinded by despair will borrow your sight. Those paralyzed by fear will move when they see your confidence. Those overwhelmed by lack will find hope when they see your faith. You are not just chosen for wealth, but for vision. You will teach others how to see. And remember, chosen one. Perception shapes speech. Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. What you perceive in faith, you declare in power. When you speak with vision, you release reality. Words become seeds, and perception determines what seeds you plant. That is why your tongue has been refined, so that your declarations align with destiny, not with doubt. Chosen one. Guard your perception. Do not let bitterness cloud it. Do not let fear shrink it. Do not let disappointment distort it. Keep your eyes lifted, your heart open, your spirit sensitive. For perception is the gateway to inheritance. You are entering a season where what you see will determine what you seize. If you perceive only small, you will settle for crumbs. But if you perceive abundance, you will walk into storehouses. If you perceive only obstacles, you will quit at the gates. But if you perceive opportunity, you will enter the land. Your inheritance is tied to your perception. Chosen one. The scales are falling from your eyes. You are beginning to see as heaven sees. You are beginning to perceive yourself, your future, your calling, and your blessing with clarity. This vision will guide you, sustain you, and multiply you. Others may call it optimism, but you will know it is prophecy. Lift your eyes. Chosen one. See beyond the surface. See the abundance where others see emptiness. See the opportunity where others see ruin. See the glory where others see ashes. For perception has shifted, and with it, your destiny unfolds. Chosen one. Every blessing that flows from heaven carries responsibility with it. The streams of wealth, the doors of opportunity, the circles of influence you are stepping into are not merely for you to enjoy. They are rivers intended to water the earth. Your calling is bigger than yourself. God's favor on your life is not just to decorate your days, but to demonstrate His kingdom through you. Think of the River Jordan. Its waters never stopped at its banks. They flowed onward, feeding valleys, nourishing land, making growth possible where there would otherwise have been barrenness. In the same way, the blessing coming into your hands is designed to flow outward. It is not a stagnant pool. It is a living stream. And the moment you allow it to flow, you will see that its supply never ends. This is why you must learn the holy rhythm of receiving and releasing. To receive without releasing is to dam the river, and stagnant waters eventually stink. But when you release, the stream remains pure, fresh, and life-giving. Chosen one. You are not called to be a dam, you are called to be a channel. The prophet Joel proclaimed in the book of Joel, chapter 2, verse 25, I will repay you for the years the locusts have eaten, the great locust and the young locust, the other locusts and the locust swarm, my great army that I sent among you. Well, this repayment is more than restoration of what was lost. It is multiplication, overflow, and redemption. The years of lack, the seasons of scraping by, the disappointments you thought wasted, they will all be answered with abundance. And this abundance is meant not only to restore you, but to overflow into others. Chosen one. Let me speak plainly. When you like, share, and subscribe to messages like this, you are doing more than interacting with content. You are creating ripples of impact. A like may seem small, but it is an agreement in the spirit. A nod that says, yes, this word is for me. A share may seem casual, but it can carry a message across oceans, touching someone on the edge of giving up. A subscription may seem like a button, but it is actually a decision to stay connected to a stream that feeds your spirit. And when you sow, whether in words, in time, or in donations, you are planting seeds into fertile soil. Think of a farmer who takes his best grain and releases it into the ground. To the untrained eye, it looks like loss, but the farmer smiles, for he knows that what leaves his hand never leaves his life. It returns, multiplied, in harvests too great for a single barn. Chosen one. Your giving is like rain returning to the clouds. It goes up, but it always comes back down, heavier and richer. The smallest drop released into God's hands becomes a flood of provision, not only for you, but for countless others. That is why generosity is never waste. It is investment into eternity, into legacy, into lives you may never meet. Imagine a candle in your hand, alone. It lights a small space, but when you use it to light another candle, and then another, suddenly an entire room glows. Your giving works the same. When you release even what feels small, it multiplies into a brightness you could never create alone. Together, the light becomes unstoppable. And generosity is not measured by the size of the gift, but by the size of the heart. The widow's 2 coins, though small to men, were celebrated by Jesus because they came from a place of faith. So too with you, whether it is a large offering or a humble seed. What matters is that it flows from obedience and trust. Heaven does not count coins. It weighs hearts. Chosen one. Understand that sowing is not just about money. When you comment words of faith, you are sowing encouragement into others. When you share a message, you are sowing truth into the timeline of someone desperate for hope. When you pray for this work, you are sowing strength into unseen battles. When you give financially, you are sowing into expansion, ensuring the river keeps flowing to nations yet unreached. And all these seeds return to you. The farmer eats from his harvest. The candle glows in its own flame. The giver reaps more than they release. That is the mystery of kingdom economy. Release increases. Generosity multiplies. And seeds never die. Do not underestimate the power of your partnership. These messages you hear are rivers flowing because faithful ones like you have chosen to keep them alive. Every like keeps the river visible. Every share widens its reach. Every subscription anchors its flow. And every donation strengthens its current. Without you, the stream would shrink. With you, it floods into nations. Chosen one. Picture yourself standing at a well. You draw water, and it quenches your thirst. But then you notice others arriving, families, travelers, strangers also thirsty. You realize the well is not just for you. It is for everyone. So you draw water not only for yourself, but for them. In doing so, the well never runs dry. That is how blessing works. When you keep it only for yourself, it feels scarce. When you release it, you realize it is endless. That is why I urge you, keep the river flowing. Continue to receive. Yes, but also release. Like the Jordan, let your blessing water the lands around you. Like the farmer, let your seed go into the ground. Like the candle, let your flame ignite others. Like the well, let your water refresh the thirsty. And in return, watch what God does. The more you release, the more He trusts you with. The more you give, the more He multiplies. The more you bless others, the more He enlarges your capacity to bless. You will become a channel through which heaven's abundance flows endlessly. Chosen one. This is your calling. Not to hoard blessing, but to steward it. Not to hold it tightly, but to let it flow. For the promise of restoration is not only that you will be repaid for what was lost, but that your life will overflow into the lives of others. So step into this rhythm of the kingdom. Receive with gratitude. Release with faith. And watch as heaven multiplies your obedience into rivers of blessing. You are chosen not just to drink, but to pour. Not just to be filled, but to overflow. And as you walk in this truth, your life will become a stream that never runs dry. Chosen one. There is a reason the battles against your life have been so relentless. You are not ordinary. The weight of your assignment, the size of your calling, and the depth of your inheritance have marked you as a target. The enemy does not waste energy on those with no destiny. The resistance you faced is confirmation of the greatness within you. Think back over the years. How many times did you feel surrounded? How many moments felt like walls were closing in? How often did you sense that unseen forces were pushing back against your every step forward? Chosen one. Those weren't random obstacles. They were strategic attacks meant to derail you before you reached this point. But here you are, still standing, still breathing, still chosen. Every storm you weathered was not just a trial but a testimony. Every pit you climbed out of, every betrayal you endured, every delay you survived became a weapon in your hand. What the enemy sent to destroy you has only deepened your resilience. What was meant to crush you has only revealed your strength. The prophet David declares in the book of Psalms, chapter 27, verse 1, "The Lord is my light and my salvation, whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life, of whom shall I be afraid?" This has been your anthem, even when you didn't realize it. Fear tried to whisper, but faith spoke louder. Darkness tried to blind you, but light broke through. Danger tried to corner you, but the stronghold of God became your fortress. Chosen one, understand this. You are dangerous to darkness. Your very presence disrupts its plans. Your prayers shake its foundations. Your obedience undoes years of its schemes. This is why the battles were fierce. You are not only chosen to receive wealth, you are chosen to destroy strongholds. You are not only called to live abundantly, you are called to lead others out of bondage. And because of this, your journey has required endurance. Others gave up. When storms came, you pressed on. Others quit when betrayed you, forgave and kept moving. Others doubted in silence. You believed in whispers. This endurance is what makes you unshakable. The enemy knows he cannot easily move you now. You are like a tree planted by streams of water. Winds may rage, storms may howl, but you remain rooted and unyielding. Chosen one, recognize the authority you now carry. Authority is not given to those who avoid battle, but to those who overcome it. You have earned scars, but those scars are proof of victory. You have endured nights of weeping, but those nights have been turned into mornings of joy. You have faced giants, but giants fall before chosen ones. Think of David standing before Goliath. To others, the giant was too big to fight. To David, the giant was too big to miss. That shift of perspective was born out of faith, and so it is with you. The giants in your life may have towered over you, but faith turned them into stepping stones. Each giant you defeated became a platform for the next level of your calling. Chosen one, you are no longer merely a survivor, you are a warrior. You carry in your spirit the marks of battle-tested authority. When you speak, your words carry weight. When you pray, your voice echoes in heaven. When you move, you shift atmospheres. This is the inheritance of those who endure. And yet, do not forget, your strength was never your own. It was God's light that guided you, His salvation that lifted you, His stronghold that sustained you. The battles revealed your dependence on Him, and because of that dependence, your authority is anchored, not in pride but in humility. You know where your help comes from, and you will never boast in yourself, but in Him, chosen one. Your testimony will be the light for others still in the valley. Many are where you once were surrounded, afraid, exhausted. They need to hear your voice. They need to see your scars. They need to know that survival is possible, that victory is real, that endurance is rewarded. You will be the one to show them, and this is why your calling is so urgent. Not only are you stepping into blessing, you are stepping into leadership. Others will follow your steps, guided by the strength you now carry. Your battles were not just about you. They were training for those who will come after you. So stand tall. Chosen one, lift your head high. You are not defined by the wounds of your past, but by the victories of your journey. You are not a victim, you are a victor. You are not weak, you are warrior strong. And because of this, you are ready to carry the blessing without fear of losing yourself in it. Your wealth will not corrupt you, because battle taught you humility. Your influence will not destroy you, because storms taught you endurance. Your authority will not crush you, because grace taught you dependence. You are perfectly positioned to steward what God is placing in your hands. Chosen one, your story is proof that darkness does not win. Proof that faith is stronger than fear. Proof that endurance builds unshakable strength. Proof that chosen ones always rise. So here is your prophetic act in the comments. Declare these words: fear has no hold. Keep it short. Keep it bold. Keep it firm. By writing it, you are not only declaring your own victory over fear, but also releasing courage into the lives of others who will read it. Someone trembling right now will find strength in your words. Someone weary will find hope. Someone surrounded will remember that God is their stronghold. Chosen one, your battles were not wasted. They have crowned you with authority. They have equipped you with strength. They have positioned you for blessing. And now, as you step forward, you carry not only wealth, but warfare. Not only abundance, but authority. Not only favor, but fire. Chosen one, there comes a point in every divine journey when the weight of revelation presses heavier than the weight of opposition. You are standing in that place now. The revelation of who you are and what you carry has grown too strong to be hidden any longer. What God has planted in your spirit is now pushing through the soil, demanding to be seen, demanding to be heard, demanding to be lived. For so long, you lived beneath the surface. Others saw only fragments of your potential. They misjudged you, underestimated you, even dismissed you. They thought they had you figured out, but they never saw the depth of what was inside. That was by design. God hid you while He was shaping you. You were like a pearl forming in the shell, hidden in the deep until the moment of unveiling. Hiddenness is never punishment, it is protection. If the pearl is exposed too early, it is taken before it matures. If the seed is dug up before it breaks open, the harvest is lost. God has hidden you until now, but the unveiling is here. And when heaven unveils, no man can cover. The Apostle John records in the book of Revelation, chapter 3, verse 8, I have placed before you an open door that no one can shut. I know that you have little strength, yet you have kept my word and have not denied my name. This is the moment you are living in. The open door is before you, not one crafted by men, but one set in place by the hand of God Himself. This door is not fragile, not temporary, not subject to human opinion. No one can close what God has opened. Chosen one. The revelation is this: your identity has shifted from hidden to revealed, from overlooked to positioned, from dismissed to chosen. The blessings ahead are not accidents but assignments. The opportunities are not random, they are openings into the next chapter of your destiny. But understand this truth: open doors come with new challenges. Every promotion requires preparation. Every level of influence demands greater responsibility. The door God has opened is wide, but it requires you to step through with courage. Fear cannot cross with you. Doubt cannot follow you. The baggage of yesterday cannot fit through this frame. You must walk into the new with uncluttered faith. Chosen one. Think of Esther. For years, she was hidden in the palace. Unknown. Unnoticed. Then suddenly, the moment came where her voice carried weight. Her position held power. Her decision carried destiny. One step forward changed not only her life, but the life of her people. You, too, are standing at such a threshold. The decisions you make now will echo beyond your own life, touching generations, shifting legacies, rewriting stories. Revelation requires responsibility. When you see who you are, you can no longer live as though you do not know. When you recognize the weight of your calling, you can no longer shrink into excuses. When the door opens, you can no longer pretend it isn't there. This is why revelation presses so heavily. It demands alignment. Chosen one. Your battles taught you endurance. Your waiting taught you patience. Your silence taught you discernment. And now, revelation is teaching you responsibility. The blessing is not casual, it is sacred. Wealth is not just for comfort, it is for kingdom. Influence is not for vanity, it is for transformation. Open doors are not for display, they are for destiny. Do not fear the responsibility. You were prepared for this. What feels heavy will fit you perfectly because heaven tailored it for your shoulders. Like armor crafted for a warrior, it may feel weighty at first, but once you move, you will realize it was made for you. Chosen one. Others may not understand this season. They may see your rising and call it luck. They may see your opportunities and think them random. They may see your blessings and call them undeserved. Let them. Their perception is not your responsibility. Your responsibility is to walk through the door and steward what lies beyond it. And do not be surprised if some grow distant. Not everyone is meant to walk with you through this door. Some were only part of your hidden season, not your revealed one. Release them with peace. You do not need the crowd to validate your calling. The open door is validation enough. Chosen one. Revelation also brings clarity. Where once you wrestled with uncertainty, now you see purpose. Where once you questioned if the pain had meaning, now you see how it prepared you. Where once you wondered if you were truly chosen, now the evidence is undeniable. The revelation is not just about open doors, but about open eyes. You can see now. You understand now. You believe now. And with clarity comes courage. You will step into rooms you once feared to enter. You will speak words you once hesitated to say. You will embrace roles you once thought too great. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to move forward despite it. Revelation fuels courage. Because when you see clearly, you cannot deny the truth of your destiny. Chosen one. Your story is shifting from hidden preparation to visible fulfillment. This does not mean your battles are over. It means your battles will now match your new level. But you are not to fear them. The same God who sustained you in hiddenness will sustain you in visibility. The same hand that protected you in silence will empower you in sound. Walk boldly. The revelation is not fragile, it is eternal. The open door is not temporary, it is divine. The blessing is not accidental, it is strategic. You are not standing at the edge of chance, you are standing in the center of God's plan. Chosen one. You will no longer question if you are chosen. You will no longer wonder if your journey had purpose. The revelation has answered those questions. You are chosen. You are prepared. You are ready. The door is open. Walk through it. For destiny awaits. Chosen one. Today, you stand in the mystery of restoration. Restoration is not merely about receiving back what was taken from you. It is about being elevated into a place where the loss itself becomes part of the testimony. God does not simply return what was stolen. He transforms it into something greater. What once broke you will one day bless you. What once felt like a grave will become the foundation of your throne. You know the sting of loss. Relationships that fractured without explanation. Opportunities that slipped through your fingers. Years that seemed wasted in waiting or wandering. At times it felt as if pieces of your destiny were scattered, never to be gathered again. Yet, even in the chaos, restoration was already being written into your story. Heaven never allows subtraction without preparing multiplication. The prophet Joel proclaimed in the book of Joel, chapter 2, verse 25, I will repay you for the years the locusts have eaten, the great locust and the young locust, the other locusts, and the locusts swarm my great army that I sent among you. Olling, this is not symbolic poetry, it is a promise. Restoration means repayment for years, not just moments. It means that time itself, which seemed lost, will be redeemed. The years you thought were wasted will suddenly pour out fruit as though they had been productive all along. This is the supernatural economy of heaven. Even time bows to God's power. Chosen one. Restoration does not look the way you expect. It does not always mean the same relationships return or the same opportunities reopen. Sometimes restoration means receiving something so much greater that the old thing would no longer fit who you have become. You are not returning to what was. You are stepping into what will be. That is the beauty of divine restoration. It does not place you back in the past. It propels you into the future. Think of Job. He lost everything: wealth, family, health. Yet when restoration came, it was not a return to the same life, but an increase that doubled what he had lost. His story was not simply repaired, it was expanded. Your restoration will be the same. What you lost will not only be returned, but multiplied beyond recognition. Chosen one. Restoration also carries healing. Loss leaves wounds, scars of disappointment, bitterness, or grief. God's restoration is not only external, but internal. He is healing your heart, even as He restores your future. The tears you cried in silence are being gathered, and they will become rivers of joy. The heaviness you carried will be exchanged for garments of praise. You will not only be restored in what you have, but in who you are. And restoration always comes with justice. Every hand that tried to rob you, every voice that slandered you, every scheme that sought to destroy you will bow before the evidence of God's faithfulness. The enemy overplayed his hand in your life. What he meant for evil will be turned into good. And when your restoration is revealed, it will silence every lie spoken against you. Chosen one. Restoration is also about legacy. What is being restored to you will not end with you. It will flow to those connected to you. Just as Joseph's restoration preserved nations, just as David's restoration established a throne for generations, so your restoration will extend beyond your lifetime. What you are receiving is not just blessing, it is inheritance for those who will come after you. Consider the years you thought were wasted. Perhaps you saw dreams fade. Relationships end. Opportunities vanish. Yet even those years were not empty, they were sowing. Your pain was planting seeds you could not yet see. And now, the harvest of those hidden seeds is breaking forth. The barren years will yield more fruit than the fruitful ones, because God Himself has declared repayment. Chosen one. Restoration may come suddenly. One day Joseph was in prison, the next he was ruling a nation. One day the disciples were hiding in fear, the next they were filled with fire and turning the world upside down. One day your life may feel ordinary, but the next, restoration will shift everything. That is how quickly God works when the time is right. But restoration also demands stewardship. When the blessing comes, you must guard your heart against pride. You must remember the pit you were lifted from, the prayers you once prayed, the tears you once cried. Restoration is not given for selfish display, but for kingdom purpose. You are being entrusted with abundance because you endured lack without abandoning faith. Now you must use abundance to bless others. Just as Joseph's storehouses fed nations. Chosen one. Restoration is not only about what you will receive, but about who you will become. You will no longer see yourself as broken, but as whole. No longer as abandoned, but as chosen. No longer as victim, but as victor. Restoration rewrites identity. It shifts you from shame to honor, from ashes to beauty, from sorrow to joy. And the beauty of restoration is this: it will feel as though you never lost anything at all. The joy of the new will overshadow the pain of the old. The abundance of the present will make the scarcity of the past fade away. The healing of your heart will make the wounds seem like distant memories. That is the completeness of divine restoration. Chosen one. Let this truth settle deeply. Nothing you lost is beyond God's power to restore. Not time, not opportunities, not relationships, not dreams. What was eaten, what was stolen, what was delayed, all of it is subject to His repayment. The years of loss will be exchanged for years of abundance. The nights of weeping will be exchanged for mornings of laughter. The wilderness will be exchanged for promised land. Walk boldly into this season of restoration. Expect it. Declare it. Believe it. It is not wishful thinking. It is prophetic reality. You have endured the fire. You have survived the storm. And now you are stepping into restoration. The repayment is coming. The multiplication is coming. The justice is coming. The healing is coming. And when it comes, you will know none of it was wasted. Chosen one. Lift your head. Restoration is not a distant dream. It is your present reality. The years the locusts ate are being repaid. The ashes are becoming beauty. The losses are becoming legacy. And you, beloved, are walking into a future so full of blessing that your past will bow in silence before it. Chosen one. This season is unlike any you have known before. The heavens are shifting, and doors that once resisted you are opening. There is a divine alignment where your obedience meets God's timing, and the result is breakthrough on every side. It is not coincidence that you are hearing this now. It is confirmation. You are standing on the threshold of supernatural release. The pressure you have endured was not meaningless. The tears, the confusion, the betrayals, and the waiting seasons were all preparing you for this moment. Like a seed pressed into darkness, you were buried but not forgotten. And now, the soil is breaking. and your sprout is reaching for light. This is your season to rise, your season to blossom, your season to bear fruit that testifies of God's faithfulness. The prophet Isaiah proclaimed in the book of Isaiah, chapter 60, verse 1, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." Chosen one. This is more than a poetic encouragement. It is a decree. Heaven is commanding you to arise. No more shrinking back. No more hiding your gifts. No more living beneath your calling. You are appointed to shine, not by your own strength, but by the glory that rests on you. The very light of heaven is rising within you, and no darkness can withstand it. Think of the sun rising after a long night. The night cannot resist, no matter how deep or dark it feels. At the appointed time, light always breaks through. This is the promise resting over your life. Your light cannot be hidden any longer. The season of obscurity has ended. The dawn has come. Chosen one. With light comes visibility. People who overlooked you will begin to notice. Opportunities that once passed you by will now seek you out. Doors you thought were locked will swing wide open. Visibility is not for vanity, it is for impact. God is raising you up so that His glory will be seen through you. Your life will become a living testimony that inspires hope in others still walking through their night. But with visibility comes responsibility. You must remain anchored in humility. The light is not your own, it is His. You are a mirror, reflecting heaven's glory into the world. Stay connected to the source, and your light will never dim. Drift from Him, and the glow fades. Your calling is not simply to shine, but to shine consistently, faithfully, and purely. Chosen one. Light also exposes. It reveals what was hidden in darkness. As your influence grows, motives around you will be uncovered. Some who smiled in the shadows will step back when your light shines. This is not loss, it is protection. Light removes counterfeit connections so that only what is true remains. Do not mourn those who cannot walk in your new season. Let them go, for they were part of your night, not your dawn. Your rising is not just for you, it is for generations. Just as the sun nourishes crops, guides travelers, and gives life to the earth, your rising will nourish others. Your story will guide those still wandering. Your blessing will sustain those in need. Your obedience will inspire those doubting their own calling. You are chosen not only to carry light, but to release it. Chosen one. See how far you have come. You endured nights that felt endless. Yet you did not die in the darkness. You survived storms that others did not. You carried weights that could have crushed you, but instead, they strengthened you. And now, the proof of your endurance is shining through. This is your rising. But here is the key. You must step into it. Light is rising, but you must choose to arise. Blessing is pouring, but you must choose to open your hands. Opportunities are calling, but you must choose to answer. God will not force you into destiny. He invites you. Arise. Chosen one. Step boldly into the glory set before you. And as a prophetic act, seal your agreement with heaven by declaring in the comments the number 888. This is not just a number, it is a symbol of new beginnings multiplied, of triple abundance, of resurrection, life overflowing. By writing it, you are declaring, I accept my rising. I step into my dawn. I embrace the light of glory upon me. And do this not as a ritual, but as a statement of faith. Let it be your covenant with God in this moment that you will no longer hide, no longer shrink, no longer delay. The light has come, and you will arise to meet it. Chosen one, your journey has led you here. The night is over. The dawn has broken. The light is rising, and nothing, no darkness, no fear, no opposition can stop what God has ordained. This is your season to arise, your season to shine, your season to step boldly into destiny. The world has been waiting for the light you carry. Do not hold it back any longer. Shine, chosen one. Shine, chosen one. You are walking into a realm where blessings are no longer trickling, they are flowing like a mighty river. The shift you have been sensing in your spirit is real, and it is divine. Heaven is pouring out, and you are the vessel chosen to carry, to overflow, and to release. But let me remind you, the blessing is not just about you, it is about the many lives connected to you. Those who will find refreshment through your obedience. Think of a great river. It does not drink its own water. Yet, because it flows, entire lands flourish. Trees root deep by its banks. Fish live within it. Fields drink from it. And countless souls find life because it never withholds. Chosen one, you are becoming that river. The blessing flowing into your life is designed to flow through you. The prophet Moses records in the book of Numbers, chapter 6, verses 24 to 26. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine on you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace. Oh, this blessing is not seasonal. It is perpetual. It rests on you. It keeps you. It covers you. And it flows through you. God is not only blessing you, but establishing you as a source of blessing for others. And this is why your alignment matters. Because when you stand in the flow, entire generations drink from your obedience. Chosen one. When you like, share, and subscribe to these messages. It is not just interaction, it is partnership. Imagine dropping a stone into still water. The ripples expand far beyond the point of impact. Your simple act of sharing may ripple into the life of someone at the brink of giving up. A like may be the agreement that pushes this word higher so it reaches someone scrolling in tears. A subscription may be the anchor that keeps you connected to the stream, ensuring you never miss the flow again. And giving, yes, even donating, is a holy act of planting. Think of a farmer who places seeds into the ground. To outsiders, it looks like loss, like something leaving his hand. But the farmer smiles, because he knows it will return, multiplied as harvest. Chosen one, your generosity is seed. When you sow into this work, you are not losing, you are planting. And what you plant into fertile soil always returns, multiplied. Let me speak plainly but tenderly. Messages like these are streams that many souls drink from daily. To keep them flowing requires strength, time, and resources. When you give even a small gift, you are helping keep the river alive for countless others. You are lighting candles that will never go out. You are planting orchards from which others will eat for years. Do not underestimate small seeds. The widow gave only 2 coins, and heaven celebrated her above the rich. Why? Because her heart was in it. God does not weigh by amount, he weighs by faith. If your gift comes with faith, it carries eternal weight. And chosen one, generosity always returns. A candle loses nothing when it lights another. A river does not run dry because it waters fields. The farmer always eats from his harvest. When you release what is in your hand, God releases what is in his. That is the rhythm of heaven, sowing and reaping, giving and receiving, planting and harvesting. But let me be clear, your giving is not payment for blessing. It is participation in blessing. You cannot buy what is freely given by God, but you can partner with it, nurture it, and multiply it, like holding up the arms of Moses. Your support ensures the victory continues, not just for you, but for the entire camp. So when you consider liking, sharing, subscribing, or sowing into this work, do it not out of compulsion, but out of joy. See it as placing your stone in the river, your seed in the ground, your flame in the candle. See it as saying, I will not only receive blessing, I will help carry it to others. That is legacy. Chosen one. And legacy is what you are building. The wealth flowing into your life is not just for comfort, but for construction of hope, of healing, of kingdom. When you give, you build invisible bridges for others to cross. When you sow, you build unseen shelters where others will find refuge. When you share, you build pathways where lost souls find direction. This is why generosity is so powerful. It multiplies beyond what you can see. One act of obedience today can create ripples that echo into eternity. You may never meet the people who are saved, encouraged, or restored because of your obedience. But heaven sees, and heaven records. Chosen one. Let this truth free you. Your blessing is not only for your table, it is for the multitudes. Your river is not meant to stop with you, it is meant to flow. When you like, share, subscribe, and even sow, you are choosing to keep the flow alive, ensuring the river never runs dry. So, beloved, walk boldly in this season of abundance. Receive fully, yes, but also release freely. For in your release, the river gains strength. In your generosity, the light shines brighter. In your obedience, the harvest multiplies. You are chosen to be both a receiver and a giver, both a vessel and a channel, both blessed and a blessing. And as you do, may the Lord himself bless you, keep you, shine upon you, and fill you with peace that cannot be shaken. For this is your inheritance as his chosen one. There is something rising inside of you that even you cannot deny anymore. It is the roar of destiny, the echo of eternity, the sound of heaven reminding you who you are. You are not walking aimlessly. You are walking with purpose. The steps you take today are not small, they are prophetic. They declare to the unseen realm that you have chosen alignment over confusion, calling over compromise, faith over fear. The battles you faced were never random. Each storm was a furnace, each valley a classroom, each trial a hammer shaping you into the vessel you are becoming. Others might have folded under the weight, but you endured. You endured because you were never meant to break. You were meant to bend, stretch, and rise stronger. The fire could not consume you, it only refined you. The waters could not drown you, they only carried you closer to your calling. The Apostle Paul charges in the book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6, "He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus." And chosen one. This word is your assurance. The work inside of you is not unfinished. It is unfolding. What began in hiddenness will be completed in fullness. What began in whispers will end in a shout. What began in the shadows will emerge in glory. Do not doubt the process. The author of your story has not dropped the pen. He is still writing, still weaving, still shaping every detail for your good. There were times you looked at yourself and wondered if you missed it, if you failed too greatly, if you disqualified yourself. But God does not abandon his projects halfway. You are not a draft to be discarded. You are a masterpiece in progress. Every brushstroke, even the dark ones, contributes to the beauty of the canvas. Chosen one. Hear me, you are not behind schedule. Heaven's clock runs differently. Where you see delay, heavens see development. Where you see waiting, heavens see preparation. Where you see silence, heaven says deep work. Trust this rhythm, even when it feels unfamiliar. The promises hanging over your life are not slipping away. They are maturing, ripening, preparing for their moment of release. Look at your journey. You have walked through deserts and found hidden wells. You have stumbled into caves of despair only to find whispers of hope. You have climbed mountains with trembling knees, yet you reached summits that others never dared to attempt. Each chapter has been adding strength to your spirit, sharpening your discernment, deepening your faith. And now, you stand in a place where everything is converging. The lessons of your past, the promises of your future, the faith in your heart, they are aligning for breakthrough. You can feel it in your spirit. Something is shifting. Something is breaking open. Something is being completed. Chosen one. Do not underestimate what God has placed in you. Your voice carries authority. Your presence shifts atmospheres. Your obedience moves mountains unseen. You may feel ordinary, but heaven recognizes you as extraordinary. The enemy trembles when you rise, because he knows one act of obedience from you can undo years of his schemes. This is why the warfare against you was so intense. It was not about your past, it was about your future. Darkness fought not because of where you were, but because of where you are going. But take heart, you are still standing, which means you are still chosen. And if you are still chosen, you are still dangerous to the kingdom of darkness. Chosen one. Your completion will not look like everyone else's. Some will measure success by status or possessions, but your success will be measured by obedience. Did you say yes when others said no? Did you keep believing when others gave up? Did you keep walking when others stopped? That is completion in heaven's eyes. And when you complete what was assigned to you, the ripple is eternal. Generations will benefit from your yes. Families will be freed because of your obedience. Nations may be shifted by your faith. What God completes in you will not end with you. It will outlive you. That is legacy. Chosen one. I urge you to stand firm in this truth. The work will be finished. The promise will manifest. The destiny will unfold. Do not grow weary in the waiting. Do not shrink back in the warfare. Do not doubt in the silence. You are closer than you think, stronger than you feel, and more prepared than you realize. And now, I invite you into a prophetic act of agreement. In the comments, write these words: I will finish. 3 words. Yet they carry power. They declare to the unseen that you refuse to quit, that you will not abandon the race, that you trust the one who started the work in you to bring it to completion. By typing it, you are not just making a statement, you are making a covenant. You are aligning your heart with heaven's decree that your journey will not end in failure, but in fulfillment. And someone else who reads your words may find the strength to keep going. 2. Chosen one. Lift your head high. The work is still unfolding. The hand of God has not left you. The promises are not void. The journey is not wasted. And when the day of completion comes, you will stand as living proof that every tear, every delay, every battle was worth it. You are chosen. You are called. You are kept. And you will finish. Chosen one. You are stepping into a season where clarity sharpens, like the morning sun burning away fog. For so long, the path before you seemed blurred questions without answers, doors without keys, promises without timelines. Yet even in the haze, you kept walking. You trusted, not because you saw the road, but because you believed in the one who guides footsteps through the unseen. This clarity is not simply about external direction, it is internal revelation. God is showing you who you are at a deeper level. The voices of doubt, the labels others placed upon you, the accusations of the enemy are falling silent. What is emerging is the truth of your identity. You are chosen. Not by accident, but by design. Not by merit, but by mercy. Not for survival, but for impact. The Apostle Paul assures us in the book of Ephesians, chapter 3, verse 20, "Now to him who is able to do immeasurably more than all we ask or imagine, according to his power that is at work within us." No, chosen one. This verse is not just a promise, it is a framework. It reminds you that your capacity is not defined by your imagination, but by his power. You may have prayed for survival, but God is planning abundance. You may have asked for strength, but God is releasing authority. You may have imagined healing, but God is preparing wholeness. The scale of his work always surpasses the boundaries of your requests. Look at the unfolding of your journey. At first, you thought you were just trying to endure, but endurance became growth. Growth became strength. Strength became testimony. What began as survival has transformed into transformation. That is the immeasurably more that Paul spoke of, the divine capacity to take small seeds and multiply them into forests, to take broken vessels and shape them into fountains of life. Chosen one. Clarity also reveals the assignment behind the blessing. Wealth, favor, and influence are not the end. They are tools. They are entrusted to you so you can build, plant, heal, and lift. When God blesses you, it is never just for your comfort, it is for kingdom construction. He gives you overflow so others may drink. He entrusts you with riches so you may sow. He crowns you with honor so you may lead. This is why your preparation was so long. Blessing without clarity is dangerous. Influence without understanding can destroy. Wealth without purpose can corrupt. But you, chosen one, have been refined through valleys and storms, so that when the blessing arrives, you will not hoard it, but steward it. You will not bow to it, but use it. You will not forget the giver, because of the gift. Clarity also brings separation. As your vision sharpens, some connections will fade. Friends who walked with you in fog may resist the light because light demands accountability. They may accuse you of changing. But the truth is, you are transforming. Do not grieve these separations. They are necessary. God is pruning, not punishing. He is making space for new alignments, divine partnerships, and relationships that will carry you into the next level of destiny. Chosen one. See yourself as a tree in spring. Old leaves fall, not because they were bad, but because their season is over. New buds form, because the tree is entering fruitfulness. You are not losing, you are transitioning. Every separation is making room for greater fruit. Every shift is aligning you with harvest. And do not fear the weight of clarity. At times, knowing who you are can feel overwhelming. The thought of responsibility may tempt you to shrink back. But remember this, God would not reveal it if He had not prepared you for it. The clarity you now see is matched by the strength within you. You will not collapse under it. You will rise because of it. Chosen one. The immeasurably more is already at work in you. The patience you gained in waiting is now perseverance. The wisdom you gained in trials is now discernment. The faith you gained in silence is now unshakable trust. These are treasures far greater than silver or gold, because they cannot be taken from you. They are the wealth of your spirit, forged in fire, sealed by endurance. This is why your story matters. Others will see the fruit of your life and assume it was easy. They will not see the nights of weeping, the hours of prayer, the countless moments when you almost quit. But you will know, and because you know, you will carry humility. You will not boast in yourself, but in the God who carried you through. Chosen one. Clarity is here. The fog is lifting. The sun is rising. The path is becoming visible. What once confused you now makes sense. What once delayed you now propels you. What once silenced you now empowers you. You are stepping into a season of sharp vision, and with it comes courage, authority, and boldness. Walk with confidence. Do not hesitate. Do not second guess. The God who does immeasurably more is not finished yet. He will take what you thought was small and make it great. What you thought was broken and make it whole. What you thought was delayed and make it perfectly timed. Chosen one. Your life will be proof that clarity is a gift, and that when God reveals, He also equips. You will walk not in confusion, but in conviction. Not in shadows, but in light. Not in scarcity, but in overflow. And as you do, those who see you will know. Only God could have written such a story. Chosen one. In this chapter of your journey, you are beginning to grasp the depth of inheritance. Inheritance is not just about what you receive, it is about what has been placed in your spiritual bloodline, sealed by covenant, preserved through battles, and delivered to your generation. It is wealth. Yes, but it is also wisdom. It is provision. Yes, but it is also promise. It is tangible blessing. Yes, but it is also eternal identity. Many live without awareness of inheritance. They strive. They fight. They toil endlessly, thinking they must create everything from nothing. But you, chosen one, are not starting from zero. You are walking into a flow that was established before you ever breathed your first breath. Generations before you prayed, sobbed, and wept, and heaven stored their cries like treasure. You are the one chosen to receive the release of what they planted. The prophet Jeremiah spoke, as recorded in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 29, verse 11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. This is the inheritance, hope secured, a future guaranteed, prosperity aligned with divine intent. The plan is not improvised, it is written, sealed, and preserved in eternity. You walk not into uncertainty, but into fulfillment. Chosen one. Understand that inheritance is not always immediate. Israel was promised a land flowing with milk and honey, but they still had to journey, to fight, to trust, and to step into it. The promise was theirs all along, yet the process prepared them to carry it. So it is with you. You are walking into what is already yours, but the process is shaping you to handle the weight without losing your soul. Do not despise the process, for it is proof that inheritance is real. If it were imaginary, the enemy would not fight it so fiercely. If it were worthless, trials would not have been so relentless. The resistance you faced is confirmation that what is being handed to you carries eternal weight. Darkness always tries hardest to stop what heaven treasures most. Inheritance is also about transformation. You are not merely receiving wealth, you are being entrusted with authority. You are not simply stepping into blessing, you are stepping into identity. You are the proof that God's covenant is alive in the earth. Your rising declares that His promises are not broken. His word is not void. His mercy is not exhausted. You are walking testimony that the plans of the Lord endure forever. But with inheritance comes responsibility. Many desire blessing, but shrink from responsibility. Yet you, chosen one, were not only chosen to receive, but to steward, to hold blessing with open hands, to let it flow through you, to carry it with humility and release it with wisdom. Inheritance is not hoarded treasure, it is flowing river. The moment you try to contain it only for yourself, it stagnates. But when you allow it to flow, it multiplies. Think of Abraham. His inheritance was not just land or livestock, it was covenant. Through you, all nations will be blessed. That same principle rests upon you. Your inheritance is not just what you hold, but what you release. Others will drink from your overflow. Nations may shift because of your obedience. Families may heal because of your testimony. Strangers may find hope because of your generosity. This is inheritance in motion. Chosen one. Inheritance also means restoration of identity. The world tried to tell you that you were ordinary, insignificant, replaceable. But inheritance says otherwise. Inheritance says you are royal blood, priestly lineage, divine heir. Inheritance reminds you that you are seated in heavenly places, not begging for scraps but reigning with authority. You are not fighting for a crown, you already carry one by right of birth into covenant. Do not allow fear to convince you otherwise. The enemy thrives on amnesia. If he can make you forget who you are, he can make you live beneath your inheritance. That is why this revelation is so vital. You must remember. Remember the covenant. Remember the promises. Remember the one who declared, I know the plans I have for you. Inheritance also brings justice. What was stolen must be returned. What was delayed must be released. What was hidden must be revealed. Heaven's law declares repayment. And as heir, you are positioned to receive it. Do not think lightly of this. What generations lost may come to you, multiplied. You are not just living for yourself, you are receiving on behalf of many. But hear this. Chosen one, inheritance is not fragile. It cannot be stolen, only delayed. It cannot be erased, only resisted. It cannot be destroyed, only opposed. As long as you remain faithful, you will see it. It is written into the fabric of your destiny, sealed by the very breath of God. Chosen one, lift your eyes and see beyond your present moment. You are heir to something vast, something eternal, something unshakable. The land before you may look like wilderness now, but it is already promised as inheritance. The battles may roar, but they are only guarding what is already yours. The delays may sting, but they are only aligning you with perfect timing. You are not striving for inheritance, you are stepping into it. It is your right, your portion, your destiny, not earned by perfection, but secured by covenant, not given by men, but released by God, not temporary, but éternel. So, walk boldly. Chosen one. Inheritance is not a dream, it is your reality. Hope is not an illusion, it is your portion. The future is not uncertain, it is already written. And as you step forward, heaven rejoices. For the heir is rising, and the covenant is being fulfilled. Chosen one. In this season, you are beginning to understand that what surrounds you is not just blessing, but atmosphere. Atmosphere is invisible, yet it shapes everything. You have walked through atmospheres of heaviness, rooms where the weight of despair pressed against your spirit. Environments where doubt seemed to thicken the air. Places where hope was silenced. But you have also felt atmospheres of peace, moments when simply standing in God's presence shifted your entire being. When joy seemed to rise without explanation. When courage surged, even though the battle had not yet ended. Now the revelation is this: you are not just shaped by atmosphere, you are called to shape atmosphere. Wherever you go, you do not merely enter a room, you shift it. Light does not ask permission to enter darkness, it pierces it. Fire does not request space, it consumes it. So it is with you. Chosen one, you carry a presence that unsettles darkness and strengthens the weary. The prophet David declares in the book of Psalms, chapter 27, verse 1, "The Lord is my light and my salvation, whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life, of whom shall I be afraid?" This scripture is more than comfort, it is atmosphere. When you live anchored in this truth, fear has no permission to dominate. Environments may shift, storms may roar, but the light within you overrides the darkness outside of you. Your very stance, grounded in faith, changes the air for everyone around you. Chosen one. Think of Jesus walking into a storm-tossed boat. The disciples were frantic, their atmosphere consumed by fear. Yet when he spoke, "Peace, be still," the winds obeyed, and the atmosphere changed. You are a carrier of that same authority. You may not always shout at storms, but even your presence carries the peace of heaven. People feel lighter around you without knowing why. Hope sparks in their hearts simply because you walk into the room. Do not underestimate this gift. The enemy tried to silence you, not just to stop your words, but to diminish your presence. He feared what would happen if you truly realized that you carry kingdom atmosphere. That's why he sent so many storms, hoping you would internalize the chaos rather than release peace. But you are awakening. You are realizing that what's inside of you is stronger than what surrounds you. Chosen one. Shaping atmosphere begins with shaping your own heart. Atmospheres of fear cannot dwell where faith is alive. Atmospheres of bitterness cannot survive where forgiveness reigns. Atmospheres of despair cannot remain where worship flows. When you guard your inner space, your external space transforms naturally. It is not about striving to shift rooms. It is about allowing your inner sanctuary to overflow until everything around you aligns. This is why your time in hidden prayer mattered. The hours you spent in silence, the tears you poured before God, the worship you gave when no one watched, they were training you to carry atmosphere. Those moments taught you how to sustain peace when storms raged, how to release joy when sorrow pressed, how to carry faith when others doubted. Now, when you step into public places, what was cultivated in private spills into the open. Chosen one. Atmosphere also determines destiny. Consider Saul tormented by a spirit until David played the harp. The sound of worship shifted the atmosphere, and torment fled. Consider Paul and Silas singing in prison. Their atmosphere of praise shattered chains. Not only theirs, but everyone's around them. Your atmosphere is contagious. When you choose peace, it spreads. When you choose faith, it ignites. When you choose joy, it lifts entire rooms. And hear this, atmospheres do not lie. Words may pretend. Faces may mask. But atmosphere reveals truth. Someone may say they have faith. But if their atmosphere is heavy with doubt, it shows. Someone may speak of peace, yet if anxiety thickens their presence, it is clear. But you, chosen one, are marked by authenticity. Your atmosphere tells the truth of who you serve. When you walk in, people may not know your story, but they sense the difference. Chosen one. You are not called to blend into toxic atmospheres. You are called to transform them. Where despair reigns, you bring hope. Where division festers, you release unity. Where fear grips, you impart courage. You do not adapt to environments, you elevate them. This is why some environments felt unbearable to you, because your spirit was never meant to adapt to what was beneath your calling. You were meant to shift it or leave it. But shaping atmospheres requires intentionality. Guard your words, for they set tone. Guard your thoughts, for they release fragrance. Guard your posture, for it speaks louder than you realize. Atmospheres are fragile. They can be lifted by one act of kindness or crushed by one careless word. Carry your atmosphere with reverence, for it is not only for you, but for those connected to you. Chosen one. See the bigger picture. Your inheritance is not just wealth or opportunity, it is atmosphere. You are a builder of environments where heaven feels near. Your home can become sanctuary. Your workplace an altar. Your friendships wells of living water. Wherever you go, heaven follows, because you are a carrier of its presence. This is why God is elevating you. Influence without atmosphere is empty. But you, chosen one, will not only speak truth, you will carry it. People will sense God before you say His name. They will encounter peace before you preach hope. They will feel love before you explain covenant. Your very being will testify, even in silence. Chosen one. Never forget, the Lord is your light and your salvation. Fear has no room in your atmosphere. Doubt has no foothold. Darkness has no dominion. You carry light, salvation, and stronghold within you. And everywhere you go, it spreads. So rise, chosen one. Shift the atmosphere. Be the calm in storms, the light in shadows, the song in silence. And as you do, the world will know, this is no ordinary soul. This is one of God's chosen ones, a carrier of His presence, a shaper of atmospheres, a living testimony that heaven is near. Chosen one. This final movement of your journey brings you into the revelation of consummation, the place where all threads weave into one tapestry, where every wandering finds its anchor, where every broken piece fits into a grander design. You are arriving not at an ending, but at a divine fulfillment. What once seemed scattered is now revealing its symmetry. What once felt wasted is now proving its worth. What once was silence is now resonating with song. The life you carry has always been more than a sequence of days. It has been a sacred story, authored by heaven. You did not stumble here by chance, nor endure your valleys in vain. Every tear watered unseen seeds. Every battle carved strength into your spirit. Every delay prepared alignment. And now, chosen one, you are standing at the threshold where promise and reality meet. The Apostle Paul concludes in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 4, verse 8. Now there is in store for me the crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, will award to me on that day, and not only to me, but also to all who have longed for His appearing. This crown is not merely for apostles and prophets long past, it is for you. The completion of your race is not in vain striving, but in faithful endurance. The crown of righteousness is the seal of your calling, the confirmation that every sacrifice carried eternal value. You are not running for applause, but for eternity's reward. And eternity has already marked you as heir. Chosen one. Reflect on how far you have come. You survived nights that felt endless, where the weight of despair threatened to crush your spirit. You endured seasons where voices of mockery tried to convince you that you were forgotten. You pressed on through storms that scattered many. But you remained. That endurance is itself testimony. You are not only chosen, you are proven. And now, the fulfillment is here. You are stepping into a realm where promises are no longer distant whispers, but tangible realities. What you once prayed for with trembling lips is now forming before your eyes. The barren fields are blooming. The locked doors are swinging open. The silence is breaking into song. This is consummation when waiting yields to reward, when faith becomes sight, when hope embraces manifestation. But, chosen one, fulfillment is never selfish. You were not chosen to merely receive blessing, you were chosen to release it. The overflow in your life will become rivers for others. The crown you carry will shine light on those still lost in shadows. The victory you walk in will testify that God is faithful, and others will find courage to rise because they saw you rise. This is legacy, not fleeting riches or temporary fame. But éternel, impact. Your life is becoming a monument of grace, a lighthouse in stormy seas, a well of living water in barren lands. Generations may never know your name, but they will drink from your obedience. Nations may never see your face, but they will be shifted by your faith. Chosen one, never despise the journey that forged you, for every valley gave you depth. Every battle gave you weapons. Every delay gave you wisdom. Without them, you would not be ready to carry what is now being entrusted to you. What once felt like breaking was actually building. What once seemed like loss was actually preparation for gain. The crown of righteousness is not a symbol of ease, but of endurance. It says, "You did not quit when it hurt. You did not bow when it was heavy. You did not silence your voice when it shook. You kept going. And because you kept going, you are crowned, chosen one." You may feel unworthy of such glory, but understand this. The crown is not proof of your perfection, it is proof of His faithfulness. You are crowned not because you never stumbled, but because you never surrendered to the darkness. Grace kept you. Mercy lifted you. Love carried you. And now, love places the crown upon your head. Let this crown remind you daily that your life is not ordinary. You are marked by heaven, set apart by destiny, sealed by promise. The world may not recognize it, but eternity does. And eternity's recognition outweighs every human misunderstanding. Chosen one. The journey continues beyond this page. There will be new battles. Yes, but also new victories. There will be new valleys. Yes, but also new mountaintops. There will be fresh tears. Yes, but also deeper laughter. Life will keep unfolding. But now you walk crowned, aligned, empowered. You no longer walk as one uncertain, you walk as one established. The consummation of your story is this: God has never abandoned you, never forsaken you, never stopped working for your good. He who began the work has brought it this far, and He will carry it into eternity. Your steps are written, your days are known, your crown is secure. So lift your head, chosen one. The race is worth it. The journey is holy. The crown is real. And you, beloved, appointed, anointed, are God's chosen one, walking not in shadows but in glory, not in confusion but in clarity, not in fear but in power. This is your time. This is your season. This is your fulfillment. Chosen one. Before this journey closes, I want you to pause and breathe in this truth. You are not here by mistake. Every word you have heard was not a coincidence. It was heaven's appointment for you. You are marked, set apart, chosen, and crowned. But now, you stand with a choice. Will you let this word end as mere inspiration? Or will you carry it forward as transformation? The message you just walked through is more than sentences. It is seed, and seeds must be nurtured to grow. When you like and share this message, you are not just clicking a button, you are planting seed into the soil of someone else's life. Maybe it is a stranger scrolling in despair. Maybe it is a friend hiding silent tears. That simple act of sharing could be the lifeline that pulls them back from giving up. When you comment, you are adding your voice to a chorus of faith. Do not underestimate how powerful your words are. Someone may stumble upon your comment and feel courage rise again. Someone may say, "If they believe, maybe I can believe too." Even one short sentence in the comments can become prophecy in another person's heart. And when you subscribe, You are choosing to remain connected to the stream of encouragement. Life is filled with noise, with endless distractions, with voices that pull you away from truth. By subscribing, you are saying, I will stay anchored. I will stay fed. I will not let the voice of God's reminder slip from my ears. M2. Finally, let me speak gently about giving. When you donate, do not see it as money leaving your hand. See it as seed entering soil. Farmers never cry when they release seed, because they know it is coming back, multiplied. The same is true here. Your generosity sustains a stream that others drink from. Daily, it keeps the light burning, the words flowing, the encouragement reaching places you and I may never see. Your donation is not just an offering, it is participation in a divine assignment. Think of it this way: rivers never drink their own water, yet because they flow, entire lands flourish. When you sow, you are choosing to keep the river alive, not just for yourself, but for countless others who will be refreshed by its flow. That is the power of generosity. Chosen one. This is not manipulation, it is invitation. An invitation to partner with heaven's work, to let your like, your share, your comment, your subscription, and even your giving become eternal ripples. Ripples that may one day reach souls you will never meet in this lifetime. So I ask you, from the deepest place of sincerity, respond. Not tomorrow, not someday, today. Let your seed, your voice, your engagement testify that you are not just a hearer, but a doer. Not just a receiver, but a releaser. For you are chosen, you are called, you are crowned, and the world is waiting for the river you carry.